Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Mud. Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Whoa! Welcome over to the stream. I'm up high. This is high, and more importantly, it's PAS round of 16. I have been pumped. I've been watching this guy and Bard crack it out early doors, and there were some really good events. I'm interested to get into it. Obviously, we've got 2 days, but before we get into that high, look, welcome to the stream, mate. How you doing? How's things? How's casting with Bards? I've got to love Bard, mate. I miss him already.
Things have been really good. Things have been great. Very fun time. A very eventful time casting with him, and then casting obviously best of 64, then 32, and now here at best of 16. So gonna be a blast. A lot of fun casting with him. Definitely has a lot of information and expertise to train me within the scene of casting, as I am one of the up and coming, as people would say. So it was a lot of fun. Glad to be here.
Up and coming, 64, 32, round of 16. Matt, you are not up and coming. You are the man with the knowledge. And we're going to dive into that knowledge a little bit more. Obviously, yes, we've done 64. We got to the 32. We're now round of 16. But this is open qualifiers round of 16. It's a little bit different, especially for the EU guys and girls out there that are watching as well. Because round of 16 is slightly different with EU. That's when we start seeing different teams appear. But this one is our last stage of what we classify as open qualifiers for teams kind of to get in. Also, we have the SA track as well, and we're going to that a little bit more in detail. But definitely, let's talk about 64 and 32. They weren't light. They were very hated. There was a couple of new names, a couple of new teams, some old names in new teams, and some old names in current teams. But they really didn't disappoint. And let's talk. Actually, let's not go 64. Let's go 32. There was actually some sort of surprising swings. A lot of teams really leaving it to the last day before confirming their spot for qualification. Right?
Absolutely. With that, like team, what is it? I want to say the Untouchables.
Yep.
No, it wasn't day one, round of 64. It was one of the newer teams, not newer in a bad sense, but it was the Chicken Death. That's who I was trying to think of. Chicken Death, who came out. Absolutely, they pulled it out of their hat last second. They were able to maintain to qualify for a round of 64, and they came in, and then they qualified for a round of 32. So they're definitely one of the newer teams, or one of the lesser known teams, as they're just coming in and just absolutely owning and just showing why they need to be here.
Well, the big thing for me is that they seem to strike a higher placement value than kills. So they're like kind of one of these teams, especially when I was watching you and Bard back, and I was watching CC was covering them, I think, in the last round. They seem to get themselves in really good spots. They get themselves to the spot, they're able to hold out, they're okay, but they're not able to really drive the kills home. Is that because of the way they're rotating in, the way they're positioning themselves? Is that they need to really get a better balance, though, at least to qualify for our top 9, not top 8 people, top 9 for round of 16. So I definitely think they are one to watch. I'm interested, obviously. I'm really keen to see how they rotate to zone, I think. Another one of those to add to that mix, so Donkey Destroyers. They came out early doors, and they were very much high up on that leaderboard side of things when it came down to getting those kills and getting the steals. They were getting the chicken dinners. But as we've been coming progressively along this event, they're not drifting to the background. I don't want to say that about Donkey Destroyers, but they've not been performing this to the high level. Now, there's either two things high. The caliber of the lobbies are definitely getting higher, so therefore it might cause a few issues and difficulties when it comes down to things. But I'm more interested to see what your thoughts are when it comes around to Donkey Destroyers.
Well, as you said, Donkey Destroyers round 1, they definitely came out swinging. I think they finished that lobby with like 40 points underneath Team Third Eye. Team Third Eye being an absolutely massive team within these open qualifiers. So that's nothing short of a very, very big accomplishment for them. But it just seems like, after the fact, it's like, maybe they just kept a couple of times. They found themselves in very difficult situations, just getting reamed by multiple teams from different angles, or, they're just having to make these very difficult pushes. But it does seem like they've fallen off just a bit coming into these next couple of rounds. And like you said, I do think it has to do with it being a much higher caliber of teams that they have to keep going up against.
Well, let's have a look at things. Let's remind ourselves. Let's talk about how did we get to this point here? How did we get to round of 16? And obviously, it's worth a mention, as you mentioned, you obviously were 64 and 32. So currently, obviously, with NA and SA, they're kind of divided up here slightly. So we see this sort of path, though, for PAS. Obviously, we 128 teams, 64 teams. You mentioned you covered 64. We then are 32 advanced from there, obviously, for round 2. Then we got to 32. Then we take 16 forward to round 3. That's that's now where we're at. We're at 16 teams, round 3. These are, as I said, the final stages for those open qualifiers. The capabilities, obviously, to get through to the last stage, because the next stage, it gets higher. And this is why I kind of like PAS. This is why I like these style of tournaments so high, because every step is not just in an increase of those teams and players that you know, but it's an increase of intensity. 128, there are some teams that just get into the comp. By the time we get to round the 16, these are like seasoned veterans, with some people that might be new, admittedly, but they have been practicing. When we get down to the 16 regional playoffs, though, we have invited teams. Now, we are going to take this down. Obviously, it says, though, for top 8 to advance. It is top 9 that is going to advance from here, because there are 7 invited teams that will be going through. And there's a bit of that behind that, because we saw Tiger Barrel Showdown. Obviously, they guys sort of merged up, collapsed. This long story short is Greg obviously was in agreement with the guys. They were looking to move over to Third Eye. Honey Badger's played with those guys before. So Greg got the position, spoke to the guys. They then pulled Honey Badger. That's the end of Tiger Barrel Showdown, 1,000 name long, super long from a casting point of view. Now what we see is that Third Eye, and those guys are going off. So they basically lost their secured spot. They're here and they're nearly ready to go through. So, hi for me. Obviously, we've got 2 tracks here, DNA and SA Point. I don't want to pick you on the spot too early, right? But I want to talk to me about what your top teams. Who are you expecting to be going through here? Maybe give me a top 3.
Top 3. I'm gonna go. Obviously, I want to say that the strongest team within this 16 is going to be Third Eye, followed very closely behind Team Mercy Gaming. And then number 3, I'm gonna give it to I'm gonna hand that off onto Orion. Orion had a very, very strong, very, very, very big comeback, as you would say, as they came back and they managed to win 3 back across 3 different maps on day 2 of round of 32. So I'm going to say those are going to be my top 3 teams for today.
Oh, let's talk Orion quickly. I want to get into Mercy Gaming. Mercy Gaming's got a little soft spot for my heart, mate. That team is the underdogs, but that stack. Let's come back. Pause. Pin that one for a second. We'll come back to Mercy Gaming, because I know the little flags be flying in chat by now by me just mentioning a name, right? But let's talk Orion, right? Orion is a well-known org. RJ, much love you, mate. Hope best of luck today. Orion, though, they really struggled around the 32. I was watching back the VODs with you guys. Late for me. I was in the chat for a little while, watched the morning VODs. Perfect for doing a bit of work. But they left it to the last moment. Now, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. Can't take anything away from that, right? But if you look at the VODs, they didn't. It was hard work, It wasn't easy. They weren't gifted middle zone. They had to fight edge. And one of the biggest ones for me was that Tortego. They really had to fight their way in. They got themselves a chicken dinner. Do you think they've learned their lesson? I know they're in your top 3, but they can't be coming out today and not getting at least a chicken dinner on the board and a good amount of kills, because we know the boys can do it.
100%. I definitely believe that they can do it. First day, I will say that I think what really kept them in the running was definitely Babbler. I want to look at Babbler here for a second, because he was able to just hold on for his team, being that final survivor, making a couple placement points, getting a couple of some stolen kills taken away, just holding on as he was a solo. And many of the first day, he was the last one up for their team, so he held on. And then just those 3 hard-fought wins. As you said, it was not easy for them. They definitely earned those 3 wins, as they were constantly having to fight zone rotates and positioning from other teams surrounding over top of them, and they absolutely rallied. And I'm hoping that they can keep that momentum and take it into day 1, because last thing you want is to have low momentum at the end of day 1 and then have to try to grind up on day 2 to catch back up to the teams that are within that top 9 spot.
There are some teams that favour it, right? There are some teams like, lucky enough, I was doing the stuff with PUBG with the rotation, and we had an interview with the winners, which was Twisted Minds Patornas, and he stated in that interview that he actually prefers to be behind. Foot esports were the ones driving the whole way, they were living their way forward, but actually some teams prefer that mindset. They prefer the ability to chase the leader, not be the ones in front. So there is a bit of swing back. Anyway, let's recall back a little bit, because the back on cams. Mercy Gaming, right? Man, they got a soft spot. I think this team's good. This team is cracked, right? Because they have been consistently up there at the top. 64, 32. It's getting harder. I'm interested to see. For me, they're definitely my top 3. I know if you guys go to PUBG Genie, if not, I'll get you a link in chat. Amazing website that you can obviously go back. Now, they've put them as a high tier, and you look at that and you go high tier, but these guys are tier 3, tier 4 players. They're not tier 3, tier 4 players. They just haven't competed on this level for a little while. So therefore, that's obviously where your tier dropping, right? Sneak Attack, Seifu, Insane, Devil Vibes, Rogi, Lucid, all in cracked individual players. So I'm interested to see how they get things going. They seem to be in a good mindset. I had the opportunity to speak to the guys that run the team early today. They seem settled, they seem working, they seem focused, which is great. It's all the things you want to hear. So I'll be interested to see how they go. Obviously, first game, everyone needs to kind of just tinker what they do, but definitely feel like for me, Mercy Game is up there. Your thoughts? Obviously, I know you put them again in your top 3. What's your thoughts for Mercy Gaming though, coming into round of 16?
I definitely think that they are one of the strongest teams within this lobby. Like, even I do think that the placement for them is definitely invalid, because they are a very cracked team, very cracked individual players, and then when you put them all together, they are extremely insane. I did get to have a nice little talk with Sneak Attack, and it's like this seems like the only thing that they are really having to grind up and work on is going to be the communication, because there's a bit of a language barrier. But I think as soon as they lock that down, they're going to be absolutely insane team. Maybe even taking one of those 4 spots going into the next event.
Yeah, there was a language thing with them. Seifu, Legend, Laser. Just let him go to work. Just let him go to work. I definitely feel like for me, some things they might need to work on is some of those team communication plans. Not whether it comes down to communication, as you mentioned before, but there's a couple of times where they were kind of hanging out, and there might have been down numbers, there might have been 3 or 4, but there was always an individual lurking. I kind of got the job from watching the VOD. I kind of saw what they were trying to achieve from it, but it just didn't work out for me. Obviously, they lost a player and potentially then lost placement points because of it. Happened a couple of times over. So I'd be keen to see what they do. Have they tightened it up? Are they working on it? Are they ensuring that they, I suppose, keep this dynamic going, keep the ability that actually, do you know what, it's going to make it through to the kind of our top 9 position. Obviously, with a top 9, that it does mean that it is a little bit different. As I'm getting told, there is a slight delay. But they got to make sure they get day number 1 right. Anyway, let's talk about Third Eye. Third Eye, great team, crack team, merging with Tiger, Beryl, Shogun, whatever. God, guys, you killed me with that one. I'm telling you, you killed me with it. M279 is what I started to refer to him. But obviously, with Greg moving and Honey Badger, Team UK, baby, coming over. Is that the winning combination now, fella? You put them top of your list.
I did put them at top of my list. Just playing versus them in scrims and then watching them in AWS, and then now coming over here and watching them absolutely dominate the round of 64 and round of 32. I do think that they are going to be the top team inside of this lobby. They're going to be the team to beat, to try to compete with. If you can put yourself on the same level as Third Eye, then you are doing something good as a team. Dragon Tiger Barrel by themselves, just Greg Shot and Honey Badger with It's Your Boy Cowboy, and I forget the last member. They were an insane team. They were destroying lobbies, and then them just hearing the news that Greg Shot got picked up by Third Eye, that absolutely dumbfounded me, because I'm just sitting there like, wow, that's going to be a very stacked team. And then when oh shoot, I almost said It's Your Boy Cowboy. When Honey Badger got picked up, I just looked at that team. I'm like, oh my gosh, this team is going to be unstoppable when they come into open quals, and they have shown nothing short of that.
Yes, a very, very stacked team. Honey Badger, yeah. I'm wearing this for a reason, right? I'm sure, because we're on a 20-minute delay, I'm sure you guys and girls are obliterating me in chat, not just for my short hair, but because I'm wearing a Team UK jersey. Look, much love, all right. Honey Badger, though, look, break him down. I know there's been a bit of love from him in the community, but he has the capability of being a creative player. When you got a solid 3, add Gregory to the other 2 in Third Eye, become a solid 3. Right, then you just can allow Honey Badger just to go to work. Just let him just roam. Let him get some kills, because you know he's going to produce. He's going to put points on the board for this team. He's going to deliver the goods. The rest of the Frito can then go deliver that chicken dinner that is required. And that's all we need when it comes down to it. Now, obviously, there are many other teams, though, in the lobby, which you haven't even mentioned. Secure Ascension, we'll come back to them, because there's that EU-NA split. There is a lot of question about why they're playing, etc., blah, blah, blah. They're a great team. And do you know what? I love the fact that they're back. One of my favourite teams, especially from a casting point of view. Enjoy watching them. Funny Business, we haven't had much time to talk about Funny Business as well. There's a lot to be said around them and how they achieve things. Because, again, they're quite consistent. Sometimes they struggle. I think they get in their own minds a little bit when it comes down to some of those games, but I want to see what they can deliver. Obviously, the lair, good jam, insane player. Donkey Destroyers, they put back-to-backs, as we said, early doors. Be interested to see what they can do. But look, there's enough of us talking about this. Anyway, let's forget the pre-show. Let's just throw it down. It's going to be best of 12. Game number 1 is coming up. PAS number 2. Let's roll, people. Here we go. It's game number 1, people. PAS number 2. This is a lost opportunity before the Globals. Obviously, it's day number 1. There are 6 games today, best of 6 each day. It does total up of a best of 12. You had enough of us waffling, though, but the playing path is good. It's an east down towards a west, southwest, give or take, higher push. But generally speaking, it's not a bad flight path for our first game.
No, not a bad flight path at all. A lot of primary drops are definitely going to be reachable for a lot of these teams. Going to see a lot of contests probably mid to late game here as people are going to be settling in, trying to feel out the vibe of the competition of the lobby coming out.
Is going to be a key. Game 1's always an important one, right? Because with a best of 12, you've got 2 days. We mentioned that some people prefer to chase, some people prefer to lead, but it's what it is. Most of these teams will, for those that don't know, they will have, I don't want to say prio drop spots, but they will have a complete understanding of where each other team's going. There will be a slight contesting for some areas because of types of zones, and this is where we see some fighting out when it comes down towards like hard spawn cards, right? People will be going for the hard spawn cards. You see LG here, Legacy looking at towards Curious Sensing. Because this drop, both of these want to go towards the South Georgia area, but both of them are going to end up potentially fighting at towards the hospital. Looks like Curious Sensing now going for the full send, but LG, they might have got the comms wrong here because Secure Sensing picked up 1. There's a final going down here. Is LG trying to extend further over? I don't know if he's going to be... you think he's blocked just enough? Oh! One more, he gets away with it. Jeez, an early fight off the board and LG lucky enough to scrape away without even losing a player there.
Wow, that was actually extremely lucky for LG there. Looks like the rest of them did peel off to go away from towards the southern side of hospital, and I wonder what Tayeb was thinking there, trying to rotate through on the bike. He's very fortunate he didn't get picked off there. Very lucky for LG.
Secure Sensing, salty. I know him already. Before I even start speaking, they're on the move. They will know they have isolated a single person. It's now going to be down towards LG here to understand that actually they might be playing game number 1 now as a 3-man. So, babe, do you know what? For me, look, just sit tight. Try and hold yourself out. You're not in zone. Zone's bumped very much early dawn. The flight path will come back to that zone in a bit. He's going to be no illusion. He's got at least 1, 2, maybe even 3 pushing him from a hospital point of view. But there is an opportunity, Hyde. There is an opportunity, though. With knowing that information, maybe LG can come up behind and kind of play this double back on them and force a problem for Secure Sensing.
That is a good possibility that they could try to wrap around, but Secure Zenton did leave their anchors sitting over at hospital, so it might be very, very difficult for them to try to get a wraparound to go save Tayeb. But I think if Tayeb just holds out and anchors down, maybe he might find 1 or 2 before he gets taken down himself. But it's going to be very interesting to see, at the very least, how he's going to try to play this out as a solo by himself, separated from the rest of his team.
Going to be about time enough. He has a little peeky book here. Ice Tech, though, is moving his way over as he does push himself a little bit further. A little bit of a pincer attack now, and I wouldn't be surprised he does know where the footprints are, but with a cowboy heart, gives you an extra 5 HP, definitely. But definitely to get a lead on top of that one before. But I like Secure Ascension. As I said, this is a team that I know very well. They were scrimming a lot. They were doing a lot of events on my side of the water. But then it kind of disappeared. They come back, and obviously they went down for NA, and then they obviously have to come back and then fight things back out here. So still not an early fight yet, just yet. But it looks like our LG guys not coming for the condensed. They are actually giving up. Looks like these guys are going to play back later on as a 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very unfortunate for Tayeb. Definitely has to be some form of miscommunication coming out from them. But I don't know. To me, it sounds a little weird just calling them LG because obviously you have Luminosity Gaming, and now we're looking at them talking like LG. Like, wait a minute, what is this team coming out here? So, but yeah, it looks like they are going to leave. And there goes the trade. Hugh going to get the knock onto Tayeb, but not before Tayeb gets the knock onto Salty. So they will trade out 1-for-1. But LG, Dozo's coming up.
Oh, I thought he was going to do that as well.
Okay, I thought he was going to come up, but they got the flush on the Tayeb right off the rip, and now they are going to have to play it as a 3 as he is going to rotate on out of there. Sorry, bruv. Heading on out.
Yeah, take it. He will be gone and out. That was close. Bit of timing, miscommunication on that, but I definitely felt like I think you nailed it on the head there. It was a miscommunication. They were pumping for that way. There was these guys. They know they dropped there. They saw themselves on that top side. But obviously they got caught out here. Train to go, TTG. Not seen these guys in a while. I love this team. Looks like taking the Bolty org. Definitely seems to be the meta still at the moment. Team still playing that org. And here we go. The Donkey Destroyers, DDXD. So these team early on in those were getting the good, the strong chicken dinners. But as we've been going on, they've not quite been performing at that level. But again, we have to take a pinch of salt with that comment because these teams have been getting tough. The lobbies have been getting harder. So let's see what they can do. Looks like it's going to be an IQ play, and they are backing their way. So I kind of like this play. Early rotation. Understand where you're at. Understand where the zone's going, and maybe live to fight another day.
Absolutely. You definitely don't want to be that team to just get absolutely wiped early on because of a poor push or poor placement. You definitely want to be the team that has the more information than the other when going into these very difficult situations. And it looks like that will be the case for DDXD as they are now rotating away from Train to Go, but now they are stuck in between Third Eye. Going to be a very precarious situation for them as they push forward more so down the hill.
Here comes the duo though, Honey Badger and obviously Greg. We mentioned he's in the pre-show. Very, very strong duo, these two. So it'll be interesting to see how they open up. I think there's a lot of eyes, no pun intended, on Third Eye. When I think the expectations are they are going to be the strongest in the lobby. They are going to be the strongest. I think it is quite knit for me between them and Mercy Gaming. So if I was to look at that comment, I kind of would put Mercy Gaming in that mix as well. And that comes with a level of pressure. When everyone's looking at you in the lobby, you're the team to beat. You're the team to chase. And with Honey Badger coming off the back of a very good, successful second place in PNCs, GG's again, mate, well done. You've got that added pressure. You've got that additional on there. So we'll wait and see. As for TU though, they're rotating their way in. Ryan, we spoke about them as well. And RJ, the man, he's got the Dubrovnik. The Dragunov, sorry, I've been to Dubrovnik, so I got it in my head. The Dragunov though, such a strong gun at the moment, but there is a mixed review on this at the moment, Hi. Some people love it. Some people actually love it in late game. They won't pick it up early, they said. They will wait till late game until they pick it up. I think that's because of that 105, 110 meter and those headshots they'll be looking for. But has been up for a topic of review, should we say?
Absolutely. Personally, I like the Dragunov. I think it's a very strong gun. I'm still gonna prefer the SLR over it, just because the SLR is a lot more balanced as it comes into early and mid to late game. But that 100-meter headshot, level 2 helmet, you insta knock someone. That is going to be very strong in these early game situations. But I do think that it is a pretty very strong gun. I definitely think it needs maybe a little bit of adjusting. I think it is a little too overpowered, especially when it comes to late game. But that rate of fire does definitely help balance it out, as it is much slower than the SK or the SLR.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying if they had to pick between the two, it'd be the SLR. They'd only pick it late game because of that headshot. I do like it. I think I like it because of I know what's good. I'm an all guy. I'm an up close and personal style, right? So when it comes down to fighting SLR, stuff like that, it's not me. I'm definitely not a bolty guy. So, but it does favour to my rate of fire. I'm not like a speedy clicker. I'm not a speed SLR spam. So I think it would be dependent on the player, but I'm interested to see. I definitely feel like you're right. I think it will change. I think we'll see maybe a change in nerfing, should I say, of it. But have to wait and see how we go. But it is here. It's in the comp, and it's here to stay for the foreseeable.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to see what they do with it. But it was speaking of like things just coming to comp. The Erangel remaster comes out what, Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oof, I cannot wait to see how teams will adapt to this because they won't have a lot of time to adjust to the remastering of the map, trying to learn the new dips, the new plays, the new compounds to hold to try to take fights on. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play that with the remaster coming out. But as we say, that looks like a fight from Funny Business and the Untouchables is going to break out as they are pushing up on top of one another. Keegan, does he have the M249 in hand? That man is an absolute unit when it comes to using that thing.
100%. That's what we're looking for. So, obviously, just worth noting, obviously, the guys, obviously, what we're talking about is the new, comes on, is it 22nd, 23rd? No, 23rd is my birthday, so I think it's in around my birthday time. But the event won't be held in it because it'll be at this point, we'll be on the esports server. But what we're talking about is obviously other events that'll be coming up, and all the community stuff. They'll all be on the new Erangel. And yeah, you're right. I like it because people have to think on their feet. So I like change. But yeah, it won't be for the major event. As they will be on the private esports servers now after this event, and that will obviously entail the a patch behind, should we say, a patch behind. So the patch we see is patch what we get. But Keenan, he hasn't got the M249 just yet, I don't believe. Oh, he has. I lie.
He does.
He definitely has. If in doubt, click on the man. You know he's got that. Anyway, zone shift comes up, and we do see a big zone shift. Goes very much high east here, northeast corner. We see that mansion. That's a good area. I actually really like before we see all the teams descending. I kind of like this area. Let's see who plays in towards the open terrain because some of these dips and crevices are going to be open. Depends on where this next zone goes. But we're going to see a lot of fighting now on the outside. I can already on the fight though, as they have got one down themselves. Big Nado goes over. Bit of a Kobe. That should bounce nicely. Will it get the knock though? It does get the knock though. It's unable to be picked up here. LG yet again in the midst of things, and they're fighting down as a 2.
Oh, looks like it's going to be very... Parisi coming out with the Molly is going to try to push up. They do have one knocked, each traded on the team, but since they lost Tayeb early on into the game, it's going to be very difficult for them to try to take a push. It is still an uneven fight as it is a 2v3 for Tarizi trying to push up on top of the compound. He is by himself at the moment as now...
It's the last guy. I didn't even clock it.
He's the last guy. Dozo got knocked. Oh my gosh. Oh,
Yeah.
Now he's in an even more difficult situation. As now it looks like Team Third Eye and DDXD is going to rotate in. Oh, Tarizi going to get the knock onto Ems as he tries to push on through.
Get a third party on the other side.
2 down.
Third party as well. So we had a third party and Honey Badger, and here comes the fourth party. Donkey Destroyers looking for early points. We said about this though, they needed the early points. They're playing on the outside. Gets him down to a 1 though. Is LG even know that they've got the third party here? They're going to have no idea now. Some initial shots come through. That should be a bit of an indication. We have seen Third Eye play further away. LG needs to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more, as they will be unable to get the res. Looks like I can. Going to try and at least stick one of the res. This is the re-smoke does happen, but can't see him coming downstairs to pick up the one in the neighbouring room here from LG. Donkey Destroyers, though, they have a look. But yeah, again, they make high IQ decisions and they opt to now play away and now away from this fight. So, again, thinking longer game. I like this. They're thinking about that ability. That actually, do you know what? We can't be blindness in the first game. They actually wrap themselves into a position to close out whoever wins this one.
That's actually brilliantly played by them. They definitely, it's very good for them to be thinking late game here. They want to try to go get a nice little cheeky peek and nice little kill, maybe third party, a knock or take away a flush, but they definitely decided to swap off. It's going to be 2 Amos with the knock onto Ems. Ems on a second knock now with that SLR. Nade comes into play. It'll bounce. Is it going to get close enough? Not, just barely missing. As now they're going to be holding them out, just waiting to see if they can't get another knock. Maybe try to even take a push here.
The big thing is, though, the big thing now is that LG have got the information here. Seen the knock online. They know there's a third-party action on the outside. They know they're causing problems for the internal. I don't think I can have got any other option but to take the push here. Good flash, though. Gets a little bit flashing himself. Uses the door nicely, and he runs into the corner. And LG will say goodbye, because that is round number 1 for them. Done and dusted. 16th place, though. That's our first victim towards PAS2. Look, this is a long old rotation though from TL. Only team without a logo, unfortunately, so I have to give them a dummy logo. Guys, if you've got a logo, please just send it over to me. I will get it updated and get it put through. But let's go back to that third party action though. It's Donkey Destroyers though. Cerberus is playing a little look on the inside. They are down to a 3 by the looks of it, and they're just looking to try and capitalise as they do get the res. So they're trying to figure out, try and source some more information before making a bit more of an aggressive push.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be the better play here. You don't want to be that guy on the team to just W key straight into another team with no information and they just get traded for absolutely nothing. So it is going to be Team Donkey Destroyers. They are holding a very nice aggressive position on them, so they're going to have a very difficult push to try to get out of there. But it looks like
that's a horrible zone. I can't even get rid of the community cast a bit. I'm sorry, guys. It's that bad of a zone that we've got to send a rotation through. Rhino trying to hold out this sort of south side here. I don't see the chickens now rotate their way in. Secure Sensor on that top side here. Mercy by Prisoner. I think unexpected for me for this Tyler zone shift. And you kind of only now put it to one section. That's going to be to the west-hand side. We're going to see a few teams stack up. We've still got 15 teams up high, 53 players, and the zone is a shocker. So, hey, what more of a way to start for a PAS, though, number 2, round of 16. Hey, have this zone, guys. Throw that into the mix.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be very rough. What was it? Round of 32. It was very difficult for them as a lot of different hard zone shifts came into play. Like teams were just having to ping around the map, thinking, okay, the zone's going to rotate this way. We're going to come and anchor over here and set up. Just wait for someone to push up onto us, and then it just hard shifts away from a lot of teams majority of the time, leaving them stranded and trying to have to push back in. Very difficult situation for a lot of these teams to be in. Definitely puts your nerves on edge as now you think that you're in a good spot and you're going to rotate. Oh my gosh, I can over here.
How did they even get out?
Wheels for the rotate on out into zone. Absolutely fast and furious driving coming out from them.
Eagle play.
Entertaining to watch.
Eagle play, mate. How the hell they got out? I was keeping on the map, just expecting them to take a fight, expecting them to again take some of the action, but it didn't quite work out. The secure sense, no way up here. Massive pull up for them as they do pick up Greg. He goes down. No abilities though to get a secondary knock though. Business does pull himself though. He's going to now split that down to a one shot here. Honey Badger's got a wonderful ridge though, but I think he knows he's gone. He's rotating his way back now, and third eye go out in 15th place. Wow, that team was high up there on the potential to be up, and they threw game number 1. They got caught on rotation, and it hasn't worked out. Back to the drawing board for third eye.
Wow, I am absolutely shocked here that third eye just got caught like that. Just absolutely 15th on the first match. Not exactly what I was expecting. Very big play from Sakura Zenzen as they were able to just hold them out and wipe them out just as they were trying to push on in. Very, very difficult situation for a rotate for them to have to push in onto that, but very, very good for Sakura Zenzen. You know, they took those kills and they are feeling very good about themselves. And now looks like they're going to be taking a fight onto Not a Hobby as the knock onto Arson is going to come through. Isaac with the AUG 3x spray onto Quicks, and he is going to immediately go to try to collect that thirst, as now the last one up is Back Monster, and he is going to opt to rotate on out, but he's going to rotate right on into ICANN as they bring him down to about half HP. He is able to escape, but he has a long rotate ahead of him.
Oh my days, he has got a long rotate. He does put out though, he will be safe now for a limited amount of time. The zone does pull back to that west hand side, and we're going to see a bigger fight. This is the area down this sort of bottom side, the sort of southwest corner, which is going to be more interesting for me. Donkey's now to play their back. TTG have taken that dip now, so we are seeing Donkey play. Now, coming in from the field, mate, they're going to figure out what's in front of them. TTG have been no under illusion, especially with this zone. Some team needs to be crashing their way. It's going to be, I wouldn't say a prime bit of real estate because it is on the outside edge, but with this amount of players that are left in the lobby, you kind of feel like eventually someone is going to push in. I feel like with that look there, I think they're going to be looking to play the hill, run the back of TTG, and we might see yet again Donkey Destroyers try and close out another team, try and stop, deny the entry point for a team in towards the next zone.
Very interesting that TTG is sitting in this position again, because I do believe it was Restraint that was holding the edge of that that little bunker area from a team, and the team just walked right over him. He was able to get 3 or 4 in round of 32, which was a very big play. As now it is going to be MG as they're pushing in on Time Home Esports. Oh, Sneak Attack going to immediately get the knock. Oh, he knocked himself actually, and he's going to get flushed out by Morns. As now RHE is going to push or hold the push.
Oh, he dropped an 8. He's dropped an 8.
Oh, no. And
oh,
absolutely unfortunate as Roger Well pushes in and is able to get the trade onto Morns. Now Saifu looking to try to get the peek onto Fizzle, as it is going to be Salty Mate is going to get the knock on it. Wait a minute. These are 2 different fights that I'm spectating. My fault. Saifu looking like he's going to get the spot out onto Nate as he goes to peek the door, and he's going to be a Nate that gets knocked. Oh, Absolutely
knock.
insane.
He's missed a pushover though. He's missed a pushover. One of the players though from RHE already moved their way out. They does get caught though on the back though. Big wrap around the outside edge, so does pick him up though. But they lose one. Sneak attack going down, and Mercy Gaming, Seifu really holding the day. On the other side though, the initial destruction eventually happened. Is TTG. They're now working their way down. Looks like Orion have picked out the Untouchables though. Oh my days, MG! Final play. I thought it was going, and then I thought it was gone. The nade might be. No, it doesn't hold enough. I know TTG would be eager, but also our TG. Those guys will be taking the longer distance shots though. Got to pop the smoke. The zone will eventually collapse in. On the actual fight happening on the other side though, is TL though under pressure there. His Tatsulo is making the play. I love the blue zone nade. One of my favourite additions recently towards PUBG. Like the teams are starting to stack up here. Oh my! Have you got? No way! I'll be no, but no, nearly. Just needed to pull the trigger. Oh, another one as well. Oh, eventually getting picked up.
Gosh.
Jeez.
He will eventually get traded out by Keegan with that iconic M249, but absolutely massive play for the Lair as they were able to find 2-on-2 funny business. One of the other teams that was definitely in a much higher regard inside the lobby is now down to just 1 as they're going to try to have to fight this. And it looks like Keegan is going to opt to try to get the final members of the Lair, maybe try to get a little vengeance and redemption for his team as they went to go push up Bunt with that absolutely could have been such an amazing play with that Panzer Faust.
Oh my god, he got it.
Beautiful nade. Oh, it's just barely going to roll past them. Come on, one more nade, Keegan. One more nade. He's going to have to rotate out as Orion is now peeking down the hill onto him. And it's going to be Sakura Zenzen that manages to find the last member of Funny Business, taking them out in 11th place.
Mercy Gaming now under pressure after taking the fight from the compound. Now leaving the other side. TTG playing the outside edge though. Big nade over the top though. He will get the first knock though. Reggie though does put one down. The nade does cause some damage. They are making the push though, but they've lost 2. Now down to their final player though. Big nade comes out. Gonna roll by. Does get the knock. That's a crucial nade though. Be followed up with another one that might be allowed the opportunity to at least get on the res bit. He's got to get a re-smoke on. Looks like he's gonna make the fight though. He's making a play further out. Missed the play on the left hand side. He gets swiped clean as Mercy Gaming another big hitter. They're going down 10th place for them. He just missed that transition. He missed that bump out on that left hand side. That was a downfall from him, and those guys, they're now going to try and play a little bit of the third party actions. The final player though from TTG will be in guys though.
Oh, beautiful nade coming out from those guys right onto Train to Go. It's going to be on the opposite side of the rocks, though. The Darkest is going to be able to just barely dodge it. They managed to pick up 7 in those third parties and taking those fights right off of the 2 much bigger teams from them, actually, as they just took out Sakura Zenzen, which is very... My gosh, I'm just absolutely dumbfounded that all of these bigger teams, these like very, very strong teams are just getting eliminated so early. And it might just be because, you know, those zones hard shifting, just back and forth pinging off of absolutely everywhere, just caught them lacking for a couple of seconds there as they had to try to push into these other teams that already had positioning. But it's going to be the Darkest to rotate right past. Oh, Orion, he's going to drive up right on top of him, and he is going to get eliminated by Stepsons. Train to Go is now taken out in 7th place.
This is what we saw a lot from that chicken team before, but I can eventually somehow surviving himself to 6, and I give him that big GG's to escape that compound. We're top 5, and that felt pretty quick though. Our CKD team, as I said, they seem to survive. Their survivability for compound are strong. They just need to work on their kills. I think this will be something they need to work on when it comes down to, I suppose, the latter part of tournaments, latter part of events now. But good to hold. Final player though, it's there. Ace, good gun. We know Ace can hit some people. RJ comes into sight, doesn't quite see him. Now goes, spins around the other way. He's unfortunate, he doesn't get the knock though, but he does find himself a nice 5th place. And our Ryan team, they are leading with a nice 9 kills there. 4 nations though, also with a wonderful 4. They've only got 5 kills from the board TG. They do roast in with only 1. They were holding out on the other sides, and then our CK on the top sides, they only 1 kill as well. I think Orion had a point to prove, and do you know what? And again, boys, you're not gifted zone. Yeah, you've worked hard for this so far. Let's see if you can close the door. 4v4, v4, v2. It's been a bit of a mad. Surprisingly, we got some high numbers. Orion are surely in the driving seat to take the win here. They're warmed up. They got 9 kills. They've lost the zone, but I think they've got a good position. They've got this wonderful reach if they stay on the east side.
I definitely think the east side is going to be the better play here, as they have a nice side of the hill, the ridges that they can play off of, trying to push up on top of Four Nations. And if they could take away that positioning, play it slow, play it smart, try to take away that compound away from Four Nations would be massive. But it is going to be those guys trying to take the fight onto Four Nations first, as Doc Geo is going to go down to about 20 HP. As now they're going to have to try to make an upward fight, but they're going to be rotating right into those guys. He's going to be pushing up onto Orion, as it looks like they might try to be getting aggressive here a little earlier.
Yeah, those guys, it's going to be difficult for Orion, especially if they don't catch this sleeper they've got on this sort of south side on the blue. They've got to be cautious, though. They are being pushed, though. There are big nades, though, coming out. Those Four Nation, though, trying to hold that compound. And that is a Kobe of a nade. And they've got another knock as well. So Zico hitting with the mini, though. And that nade goes down. And our TG boys go from 4 to 2 in the blink of an eye.
Oh, very unfortunate for them, as they're just trying to make a push up there. But now they're going to be extremely careful, as Doc Geo is completely separated from Chardru, who was holding a nice little step away, a nice little anchor position from them. I do believe Chardru is taking shots now. So now Orion is fully aware that they have someone lurking on the south side of the zone. And it looks like Chardru might try to rotate down and go pick up Lemon Squeezy, try to bring up the numbers at least back to 3, as they are now going to try to have to regroup and reset after that attempted push onto Four Nations, who just absolutely shut them down.
Zika, I think, was holding the angle on him. He's moving to try and get that knock dose. Dan is there. So, do you know what? I think it's good play. Those guys obviously trying to get a number back. Zico, though, obviously does get picked up on the other side. And they actually do get a knock back as well. So those guys refusing to go down. This could be a big nade. It gets fully sent, as it is going to roll down nicely. Right, gets caught up, though. Oh, it doesn't even get the re-knock somehow.
Oh, what a beautiful nade. Just the util usage from Four Nations right now has just been absolutely on point. That nade just barely missing, as Dingo is going to get the knock on the Chardru, as now they're going to be pushing up the hill on top of them. They're going to try to take the fight to them. Doc Geo getting the knock on the Dingo as he goes to push up around the corner, but it's going to be Krako to get the trade onto him. Now, those guys down to 1 again. Just Lemon Squeezy, as he is now all the way downhill away from Doc Geo, not able to play the trade or for the flush. He's going to have to try to play his life, maybe get the res off onto Chardru, maybe have to reset once again. At this point, I think your best option, maybe just try to rotate around the side of the hill, maybe go towards Chicken Death, maybe try to play off of them, because just this fight is not working for you as you're trying to take this away from Four Nations.
No, it's a hard play. I think it's the right shout, though. He hasn't got any more smokes, but it looks like they are going towards that north. I would have retracted back to maybe to the south. There's a little bunker they could play, but I suppose now they're under pressure, though, from Four Nations. Get down the belly and make the move. Use the ridge line where they can. Four Nations will continue to hold up. I'm surprised, though. We've not seen other teams play in. Orion have really put a handbrake on, because they moved to that east-hand side. I think they're waiting for the zone. Babler, though, is having a little look at this. He's got a nice little ridge, though, that he can play. But they are really thinking about late game here. I like this, though, from the team. They're not overcommitting. We'd see teams kind of crash into this one, try and take the third party, pick up Four Nations under pressure. But actually, looks like they're looking for the chicken dinner themselves, though. Giddy suit on, looking to get the win here, though, as Orion, though, pulled a handbrake just outside the compound.
Very interested to see how they act to this, because it is Chicken Death is the unknown at the moment. Now, all the information for the lobby is there. They know Four Nations is holding the compound on top of the hill. They know that those guys are holding the east side. Orion is well known that they are sitting on the west side of the zone, but do they have the information? Now, I think it's a pretty safe bet to assume that Chicken Death is holding the compound north side of zone, but you don't know that for a fact, so you don't know if you can play off of that north side or not. So I think that's what maybe goes into the decision making of if they're just going to hold off and wait to try to push up, or if they're going to try to wrap around, take that northern side, maybe collapse on top of Four Nations, as they are stuck in between themselves and those guys.
And you got a bit of time coming down. Face number 7, though. We've got 57 seconds left to go. And the Squeeze, though, trying to get a little wrap out himself, though, in the car. As we do get the underside, they are again losing zone, losing train here. Again, under pressure from Four Nations that haven't really been applied, and looks like there is a tactical army crawling their way up. Now, and the smokes will be used to the best advantage they can. They will find themselves in, but again, 3 guns really focusing here out of 4 players from Four Nation. I'm still surprised we don't see anyone else really making the play. Never knocked out. Lemon Squeeze is down, and he's been confirmed out as well. So the final player now for TG, as those guys will want to be rocking themselves a little bit more quieter as we go from a 4v4, v2, v1 now, coming to the closing circles now. Kind of like this, but you're right. Chicken is going to be the difficult. CKD, there could be a horrible swing back for Eve. If Orion and Four Nations go head to head and they clash, they could potentially sweep in and steal the chicken dinner away from them.
Absolutely. I believe it was the AWS a couple of seasons ago or a couple of weeks ago where it was Team Four Nations actually. I want to say it was Zyko that was just prone on the ground and he was able to sweep a win away from Team USA as they were practicing for PNC and away from Team Friendly Fire. So if Chicken Death can activate at the right moment as Orion maybe crashes up or try to pushes up on top of Four Nations, they might be able to take the win away from both of these powerhouse teams as they are holding Prio inside of this new zone.
Well, this is going to be the next zone as it goes to get revealed. It means our final dot is going to end up in this corner. That's a good ridge for our chicken to come out, though. But I wouldn't be surprised for RJ maybe to conquer, maybe wrap his way around and stop. CKD, they need to get out of the compound now. They need to start thinking about endgame. They've got to think of this dot now and where they want to position. RJ, though, will be holding himself up. Grozer in hand. He's going to be a heavy hitter. He's got the wonderful skin as well. Don't forget, obviously, you can pick that up in the store at the moment. I must admit, I am a bit of a fan. I did miss the leopard print orc. Look, I am from Essex. I'm from the UK. Leopard print is a thing, people, okay? I did miss it, unfortunately. But, look, it looks like Orion's already looking for the wrap round. They're expecting the creative abilities of the team already come up. But Chicken, really, they haven't moved just yet. I really want to see them pushing up, taking this next ridge. There's a wonderful dip they can play from here. But they need to be, in my personal opinion, playing out this area at the moment, being a bit more aggressive. Orion, they were expecting them to move their way around the blue, but it won't be long before Orion move up and have a little look over this bowl here and go, hey, do you know what? They're not even moved up to the next one, and they will get absolutely hounded if they get picked up here.
They will. And just as talk about getting hounded, it is going to be Shadru. He's finally going to get found out by Dango as he was trying to push his way up into the zone. Those guys getting eliminated in 4th place. Now, it is Chicken Death. They have, like you said, they have that beautiful dip that they could play off of. They need to try to take positioning as soon as possible because they are literally going to have to try to take a very heavy and a very steep uphill battle. If they try to wrap around to Chicken Death's west, they're going to run right into Stepsons and RJ as they are holding out the flank from them. So they have very limited options on where they could push up, but they have to do something quick because the last thing you want to do is to try to push up into a third party last second as the fight is about to finish and you miss your chance. But Extreme, he did get pushed up a little bit, and never mind, he's just going to fall right back off.
Chicken going back down to the coop as they've lost their coop themselves. They did try to go one way round, and I actually think that's the better side. They are now pushing this way. Orion won't have to move first, but as Chicken, they've got limited amount of time before they get closed off. At a period of time, they have to come up on this side. And I feel like Orion are going to know that. Look at the position already. Orion's firing squad is here, is watching. Big Nado goes over, does get some splash damage though. As all you can do though from Chicken is launch them up the trees as a guesstimation of where they're going to be though. RJ though sits on the outside himself. Here come the peekaboo heads. This is only going to be good though. We can already see on the map though, Four Nations making the rotation round. They do get knocked out themselves. And there's a quick confirm themselves as they are going to make Stibbs. Has to go over the top though. He's going to get one. Doesn't quite get the second though as they are going down. Orion though, they don't want to throw it away at this last minute. They're committing to the 2 and it's given Four Nations freedom of movement high.
Oh, absolutely beautiful play by Four Nations as they just activated at the right time. Orion unfortunately getting pushed by Chicken Death. The thorn in their sides as they make the wrap around. They were lost 1, lost 2, and then it is going to be Four Nations that takes the first win, 12 kills, activated absolutely perfectly right there at the last second as they were fighting, and they are going to take that chicken dinny.
That is a good chicken dinner. Four Nations, though, had the compound. They rotate their way nice and early. They eventually picked it up and then worked their way down. Actually, and with that fight, though, with Orion, I think they're going to be disappointed a little bit because they were unable to, I suppose, capitalize on the hold that they had themselves in the compound with that fight with Chicken. That forced them to come over, and eventually with that, it was a bit of a default though from Orion because multiple angles. That does mean you got to cover. They did try and hold out. Babla did try to hold him, but stack up Four Nations. Didn't really mention him on the pre-show. I think they wanted to show us what they got, and I was really surprised how they didn't get contended or aggressively crashing that compound earlier, and somehow they held it off quite clean as well.
They did. They did a very good job. They definitely showed that their 3 wins was very well earned, well fought for. They definitely showed that they deserve to be here, as they are one of, in my personal opinion, one of the top teams within this lobby. Just absolutely unfortunate that the push came from Chicken Death when it did, and they got themselves, a couple early knocks. allowing Four Nations to capitalize when they did and take the win right out from underneath them.
Yep, it literally was out. I think Orion were in a driving seat that they believed that they were going to get the chicken dinner there. And look at the game plan. Orion obviously were working their way around quite aggressive, and we saw a massive halt from Orion. And it was at that point now how I was like, hey, we need the chicken dinner now, boys. We want to come out strong. We don't want to leave it to day 2. And that's all we can ask for Orion, because like we saw in the round before, they didn't have a great day 1. Admittedly, they had a really outstanding day number 2, and they closed it out very, very strong. But I think a lot of people will be out there surprised Orion put game number 1 underneath their belt. Anyway, lobby's getting loaded. Let's take a very quick break though. We'll be back though. It'll be another wrangle, be our final wrangle actually for day number 1. But we'll see all you guys in a couple of minutes.
I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, 2-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. Nice and early. It's what I want to see. NA, PUBG, come on, you guys are on it. Good game. Very quickly high, though. What's your highlights, though, from game number 1? What are the shockers? What are your surprises?
Surprise is definitely the bigger teams coming out and just getting eliminated very early on. Not exactly what I was expecting, but the zone shifts were extremely brutal. Those guys, that was definitely a very big surprise for them. They took a lot of fights early on. They were able to wipe out one of the bigger teams inside of the lobby. Definitely a big confidence booster for them. Very upsetting for obviously, who I really want to see do well, Orion. They got a very close place to my heart. Really want to see them do a lot better. They were definitely expecting the win, as you said. Very upsetting that they didn't get it, just last second, just poor timing, chicken death being the thorn in their sides. Very, very fun fights to watch, though, to say the least, from them.
Well, it was a fun fight, and yes, PUBG done PUBG things, and that was a crazy zone shift. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to put on a video, which I need to update shortly, so 100%. We're going to need to get some new B-roll and C-roll. But anyway, let's throw ourselves over. It's game number 2, though, for day number 1. I'll see you guys in a second. Here we go, it's map number 2, day number 1, and the plane path though, a little bit more dramatic, shall I say, from a northeast down towards the southwest, but it does favour that north to northwest side, but high, well, as we know recently, it had a bit of a divorce between the plane and the first circle, where they used to be connected, inseparable. They are not subject to seeing that first zone here, so good game number 1. Hopefully we don't see any crazy drops, shall I say, for game number 2, but we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see if another hot draw comes out. I mean, definitely looking towards Sakura Zinzen and what was it? Was it those guys?
Those guys?
No,
there,
Legacy, LG. It was LG, yeah, and looks like they're doing it again. Hopefully the communications are a lot tighter for if they're going to contest onto South George or contest Hospital, or if they're just going to peel off and go to a different spot. Is that Tayeb getting separated from the rest of his squad once again?
Oh, he is.
No.
He's been isolated again. Obviously, for me, you got to look at that secure sensor with a winner out of that one, right? In LG, not great. But again, it's kind of ensured destruction. I just want to stand this at the moment, though, from a map point of view, and we're going east again.
Woof.
He's laying his way down. Doesn't get picked slightly. He might be going for that hard spawn car. If I was him, I'd go North George.
Absolutely, but I mean, he's in trouble once again, going down a couple of points of HP, but he is gonna have to be careful, because I think I do remember seeing 4 nations taking North George within the flight path.
I did.
So he's got to be very careful if he does try to take that away from them, as he will just be leaving from the mouth of an alligator into the mouth of another. Just waiting for the jaws to snap over top of him. But man, what another hard shift to the east. I wonder if the zone's going to simmer down a little bit, or if it's just going to keep hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, just leaving these teams stranded. I know, man. Sheesh, not leaving things easy for us here.
Never. When it comes to round of 16 upwards, it goes crazy. Absolutely crazy. Keeps casters on their toes. Obviously, it's a bit of a bad move if they were to go up the top. I'd expect them to know where I suppose the other landing could be, and that flight path would always indicate that potentially we're going to see a North George. So it does stop. Does actually have a rotation already. Secure Sensing instantly on the push, instantly on the move. SKS level 1 lid. He's not fully stacked, but now identifying the car. Secure Sensing though, farming some information. We'll tap up though. If I got told off I didn't look at the map enough last game, I'll have a little look at the map. Can't win with you people. If I don't look at the map too much, looking too much. If I'm not looking at the map, not looking at the map enough. I'll try and get it right one day. I promise you all. I promise you that. Zone. Let's quickly talk zone. So zone, it's going to be a difficult one. there's a couple of options here, right? Yes, it might hard shift back across that east-hand side. You need to be factoring out. We might see that sort of southeast side. I think more so, I think people will be questioning that sort of Yaz field, that Yaz style ending. Zone 1, obviously, random. We know that. Zone 2 will also be random. After that point, we'll start taking in the algorithm, actually. What does it mean? Where we're going to see the zone shift away from water, etc. I think the next zone will be a bit more of a telltale sign. As LG opting to not go down on his Todd this time. I think he wants to have a little bit of an impact into the game, but he's taking some heavy shots, but does get away from the jaws of secure sensing this time. So let's wait and see how the zone does go, because zone, I think we're going to see a decide to this one high on actually who and what IGLs go where.
Speaking of like who and what goes where, let me looking at Chicken Death Extreme taking early positioning for his team. He landed completely away from them as they went to the 70 split, and he was just all the way over by what's it called? It's not Snake, but he was holding northern area above Rozhawk, so he went in early on, secured the positioning for his team to be able to take inside of zone. But just as we watched last match, it's not guaranteed where you go inside a zone. You're going to get fed it again. It might just hard shift. It'll be very funny to see a hard shift go all the way down to the southern side of the zone where nobody is, and then everyone's just going to be hurrying and scurrying to try to get inside of that.
Yeah. Well, hurrying and scurrying. Oh, of course he does pick up one. There's Third Eye taking a few shots there, but it's not from here. It's actually from TG. You can see from the far side. But they are dodge, duck, and dive. They have lost one. They find himself now as a 3. It's worth noting, though, Donkey obviously are a 4. They lose one early last round, but they are back in strong as a 4. And I think, as you mentioned coming into this one, surprisingly, that a lot of our high teams, the expectation, the ones we'd expect to be getting the winner chicken dinners and the high kills, they didn't really make too much of an impact on that last round.
No, they didn't. They got a handful of kills, but then they got eliminated pretty early on. And the one thing that you want, if you're like the team that is expected to do good, is you want to keep the confidence of the other teams at a lower level than yours. You know, you want to show them like, hey, we are the top team for a reason. If you push onto us, you're going to get punished, and you want to keep that level of, you know, the disparity between the two teams at a very good disadvantage for you. If you are that number 1 team, everyone is expecting to do greatness.
Yes, it is going to be a bit of a difference. And I'll talk about that. Orion is a team that was up there. They are chasing down TU, and TU actually lay down the fire. Don't quite capture, I suppose, and knock their need. And Orion, due to the health, they need to actually put up. I think TU didn't like the opportunity, or didn't like the team that was just chasing them down now. And they will fully send themselves. It'll be now forward to zone. So a little bit of, hey guys, don't follow us. Like you do, you're going to get lasered. And the laser they did. Let's see that Ryan do hound some shots back, but no destruction derby just yet. Most teams though making the move towards zone. A lot more teams though are going for that kind of Yaz feel. We do see a split though from TG over towards Mansion, and TG with a 2-2 split. A nice 2-2 split actually, as they are in between sort of heaven, and they are obviously laying fire down towards that sort of volcano area.
Yeah, very good split, heavy split for them. So they are pretty much covered if a zone hard shifts towards the southern side of Yaz Field, or if it goes towards Chadru over on the eastern side, they would be very covered, you know, giving them that guaranteed positioning for the team to rotate to either side. But looking at that fight from, was it the layer as they were taking shots onto, no, it was the
TU versus
Untouchables. Yeah, the Untouchables. Yeah. See, I always get it mixed up, the Underdogs and the Untouchables, because they're both TU. When I was spectating them both in round of 32, it just keeps throwing me off. But I'm a little surprised that the Untouchables didn't capitalize on that. They put massive damage into 2 members of Orion, and they were only 3 as the 4th was rotating through. I was kind of expecting them to just, you know, get a wrap around and close them in inside of where they were, and you know, maybe throw a couple of util, maybe capitalize on some knocks and knock them out of the competition. But they opted to rotate all the way around.
I think it's to do with that early game, in my opinion. Again, it's that whole, like, the cogs are there, what they're trying to achieve. I think it's right, and I think you're right. I think if we see a couple more maps in, 100% they're going to do it, especially if they're down points. But we're going to have to wait and see, especially with this parkour. It doesn't quite work out. You eventually give up at some point. Maybe third time lucky. No. But yeah, I think it's this early game. They can't be losing. And actually, they've gained quite a good position from this, because yes, they stopped the rotation behind, but TU find themselves very much on the east-hand side where we saw game number 1 finish. And I think this is all to do with they're trying to get themselves in towards a position. They want to be fighting themselves for a chicken dinner. You know, No Cap, he's got loads and loads of knowledge, and I think he'll be making the calls now where they're going and what they're doing, and he's obviously rotating his way in, taking the safe rotation. Have a little scout now of the compound. Let's be cautious though, because Mansion has been taken. I wouldn't be surprised for him now to kind of scout out again next compound. Some shots though coming out. It's enough to give him some information. There should be a 180. They'll be going back towards the compound on the other side. He's taking the trenches. Good rotation from them. A safe rotation as well.
Very safe rotation. They did secure themselves a nice eastern portion of the zone, and very good job on TTG for showing presence there. The last thing you want is to just allow a 4-man to just crash right on top of you if your team not close enough to counter crash to help you in the fight. It looks like Chicken Death all grouped up together now. They're going to be sharing. See, I call it Lagnea. I don't know if anyone else says it. It might just be me and NA thing. But
it's not
lag. Okay, all right, cool. Just making sure. Okay, I call it Lagnea, and a lot of people in chat just look at me like, why'd you call it that? And I'm like, because it's, early access days. It was known for being extremely laggy.
It is, mate. It still is, mate. You put an end zone here, mate. You always get someone that's DC'd. It's an interesting one. It's actually heartbreaking as well, because you get yourself into a top 5, top 6 spot. Next thing you know, you're sending yourself back to the lobby yourself. So yeah, and it's always on this side as well. So yeah, no, there's no change there, mate. No change.
Oh, it's gonna be Sakura Zinzin taking a fight onto. I almost said Luminosity Gaming. Oh my gosh,
it's gonna get me.
Legacy.
I guarantee it's gonna get me. I guarantee it's gonna get me, mate.
They are gonna find 2 knocks onto Legacy as they were trying to take some shots onto them. Very, very ironic that, I guess not very ironic considering that they landed in the same vicinity of one another. So the rotates coming out. Tayeb taking some shots now for himself. He's gonna have to try to back off here to maybe try to reset, go pick up his 2 fallen teammates, because I don't think all 3 of them are over there. Okay, so they will be able to get the reses off, and Tayeb just has to play for his life as he has to try to get away from them. But Sakura Zinzin look like they're not going to let that happen. They're going to put even more pressure as Colonel is going to get the knock onto Hugh as he tried to push up on top of them. Now Sakura Zinzin getting absolutely just reverse swept here as Dozo going to find the knock on a salty mate. All 3 of them sitting in that one compound. One nade could end it all for Sakura Zinzin as they thought they would try to take the fight to Legacy, but now the tides have turned as that nade does look good, and Colonel is going to wipe out the 3 members of Sakura Zinzin that try to push up on them. They will be eliminated in 16th place. Oh, good show, LG, as they just absolutely destroyed.
That is a very good show as well, because yeah, Secure Sentinel, they went pushing. They were looking for that solo, but that solo moved. He snuck his way around, and there is no sneaking away from this field here. A lot of teams though on that rotation. Are trying to find a new home. Looks like they are going to push themselves on the outside edge though. TTG though, they're collapsing their split now as they go straight in towards again. Kind of a 2-2 split, but it is very much from Manchino. And then the outside edge though, Donkey Destroyers though, they get blessed. They then destroyed themselves as our FB team find the outside. Actually, it's definitely worth noting now, Ryan sitting nicely firm on that prison. They should be quite clean, and we'll go tune in though with the fight though. Trying to go. Got to be cautious here how they go in. They've got to be cautious how they deal with this fight, because as much as Mansion, you can have a couple of teams living here, but it's sometimes a bit of ensured destruction. You focus so much on the inward fight, you focus so much inward that actually teams sneak their way in. Great shots come out, but they don't quite get the connect. No, and I can know they've got neighbours in situ here. The Mansion is being shared.
Absolutely, I 100% agree that this can definitely be a bit of a self implosion type deal, where if you're just focusing on the team that's sitting inside of Mansion, you're not completely paying attention to the other teams that are just rotating and wrapping all around the edge of you. So you finish that fight, and then you think you're clear, you immediately get pushed by another team that's just sitting outside holding you, and could be a bit of a dangerous situation as Mercy Gaming is going to push up on top of 4 Nations. He's going to take massive damage as it's going to be Zyko to get the knock onto. Oh, that's not 1v4 all. Gosh, why did you change your name? Devil Vibes, as he's going to get knocked here. Yes, as now it looks like Mercy, getting the information that 4 Nations is there, they're going to opt to try to rotate off, get away from the situation just a little bit, reset, try to maybe pick up their fallen member. No, they won't be able to pick them up. Never mind.
They need to be so cautious. About to say that compound, they completely dropped the ball on that compound. They haven't got the information to sneak attack though, and Seifu, they're a strong duo. See if they can try and hold off. Four Nations, though, do wrap very much towards that sort of northeast side. So, G should be able to crawl back, but there is a limited amount of time. Sophie, though, using the car nicely. He's going to now pop the smoke. The smoke will be a giveaway, and I think we're going to see more of an impact towards him. There we go. Sneak attack, though, the final player for them, as I completely miscue up. And then before I get there, Mercy came and go down 15th place. And again, the expectation is they shouldn't be going out this early.
No, they definitely should not be. Maybe maybe you nailed it right on the head. A lot of people are looking at them. They're confident. They're expecting them to do greatness, and maybe that level of overconfidence from the community is just kind of weighing down on them, and it's causing them to not perform as well as they are coming into these matches. Oh, nice knock from Icy Flex onto Back Monster. I don't know how he managed to hit that. Where on earth did he take those shots from?
Yeah, it's a long distance.
Wow.
Let's have a quick look at the zone. No, he's going back the same way. Hold on, teams. Zone comes back, kind of a eat, sleep, rave, repeat, give or take. Interesting though, Four Nations now find themselves not in the centralised compound, so I'd be keen to see if they actually make more of an aggressive stance. Do they actually go back to the compound they were at, or do they try and play now on the inside? Lots of, I suppose, neighbouring in the inside of Mansion, and I suppose our RHE. Don't want nothing to do with it, but with an MK in hands, an MK in the swamp can be dangerous. So look, the zone has the capability of pulling back towards Mansion, so I wouldn't be surprised to not see these teams wrap a little bit further in. I'm just very surprised at Four Nation not making an attempt to maybe find themselves a little bit more in the centralized zone.
Yeah, that is very surprising. I would, think that they would want to try to take the strongest position inside of the zone early on, but it looks like they're just going to hold out where they are. Is now Third Eye is looking to make their entry into zone. That Greg Shot and Voxic together once again as they're trying to get some information just a little bit as they're trying to push inside. As TTG taking a lot of shots onto those guys inside of Mansion, but there's a lot of teams sitting outside of Mansion. Actually, that's a lot of people sitting inside that one little compound, and as you said earlier, they're going to need to be very careful, because if they get pushed from the outside and just get trapped within that compound, it could be very deadly for them, as they're just kind of tunnel visioned onto the fight that's directly in front of them and not everything that's surrounding.
It is hard because what I'm really worried about is this zone just whipping away from all these teams and going down toward the southeast, and you're like, oh my god, we got 3 teams that need to fight that. Then we're going to add some more teams in that are going to try and hold these teams out, and this becomes an assured destruction. Great hold though. Not quite getting the slight tease from TG. So TG are going to be fighting that one out. We are seeing the LG now wrap their way around the other side. Donkeys though find themselves in that sort of centralized compound, and it sounds like we got more fire coming in from somewhere, or at least going somewhere else. Maybe not here. It's going to be a not a mortar fire, sorry. Going to be a blessing from the skies as someone sends up a flare.
Even trades coming out from Train to Go and those guys, is they're going to find one of each for both teams. And I don't think anyone's going to try to capitalize or push off of that, as it is an even trade. And Zone is actually going to be a little more forgiving, and is going to almost centralize, a little favoring more towards the west, more so towards the south. So it is going to be the Untouchables. They get absolutely blessed. They have a very strong compound as they're holding in. Flax taking shots onto Fizzle as he's rotating in. Not able to make anything connect quite yet, as... Wait a minute, who just jumped straight out of the... Was that Shadru that just jumped straight out onto the backside of that compound? Took like massive points of damage, yeah. Took some massive points of damage. I don't think that was...
Misclick. We're going to put that down to a misclick.
Had to be a misclick, yeah.
100%. Oh, that guy, that window. This is where we see the assured destructions. Phase number 4 kind of put us on the outside edge. Even if it hard shifts back to these guys, it's not going to remain in. And if it does, it's going to be corners of buildings. So... like TG already put themselves out towards that flat garage side, but don't forget we've got ICANN. They are just sitting firm on the outside of this, so they need to make a decision what they do. They are free up. It's phase 4. They need to figure out what they want to do when it comes down towards coming in towards zone. Orion, as I said, they are disappointed. They went down. I suppose not to that chicken dinner on the first game. See if they want to make a decision, get their boy RJ back up. I think it'd be a bit of a hard res if I'm honest with you. As FE already pushing up though, they are looking to maybe take this one, or they're going to disengage. Actually, they might turn tail and push their way back towards zone.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to pick up their people and maybe take a positioning. Probably try to hold Orion out of zone from where they are sitting currently. As Bunt is going to crash right on top of Stepson and. That's not Babbler. They will get the flush onto RJ, unfortunately, as Babbler is now stuck away from his team. As now Stepsons and Red Rider are going to try to hold him out as they are trying to push their way inside his zone.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm sorry, I'm going to apologise now. We're not going to catch half this stuff though. Lerdo trying to hold out though. We do have the big push though from the inside as 4 Nations are game number 1. They do eventually push in towards that compound, but they get eliminated in 14th place. So a massive turnaround. Chicken though, they want to have the little piece of their pie as they also move in. I kind of like this fight in the sort of southeast corner between our sort of funny business. But the result of this one, everyone's trying to go for this corner compound. TTG, as I mentioned, they already here. Looks like we did make a push though. It comes rolling into a heavy hit though. Get put down. Sent out, and our TG team get left alone in Mansion as everyone else is just on the rotate away. And here comes another crash. Everyone wants to take this compound. Looks like we're getting a back-to-back ending zone or end style zone. Are these teams predicting a little bit too early? We're not sure. We'll have to wait and see though. But big nades though come in as LG try and get themselves up, and No Capo gets his back. A nice split from those guys, and LG unfortunately down for a 2.
And it looks like all these teams learning from the previous match, doing what they need to do. They're trying to take control of the compound. The Untouchables being the first team to do so. They took very strong positioning before the zone even shifted here. I think at phase 3 going into 4, they had already taken this compound. So they took a gamble, and it is absolutely paying off. But now all these other teams very well aware that this is where zone is going to close off of. Now they're all starting to push on us. So now they are going to have to defend from all these different teams, and they're going to have to prove their mettle to show why they deserve to hold this compound away from everyone else. But now LG need to be very careful as Orion is pushing it right to the back of him. Tayeb is rotating right into Orion. Could be very deadly for him as he tries to push back, as he drives right in front of Stepson. And
ooh, there he is shooting.
Oh, come on, Stepson. Not going to be able to find the knock. Tayeb extremely fortunate that none of those shots hit, but he's just driving in circles now. He has nowhere to go as he is just stuck in the middle of all these different teams. He's gonna get out. He's gonna have to heal as he is down to 4 HP. And he will get the heal off.
Oh, surprised he didn't see underneath him. Oh, he's so unfortunate.
Oh my gosh.
He drives away, the zone goes back. We are seeing it again. Let's go to on the other side, though, because funny business, they were on the holdout with Ryan, and Ryan pushed further away, but they bled. They're down to a 2. They're not going to be a strong 4 coming into this zone. They're not going to be able to get a repeat themselves. We are seeing funny business now. Trying to hold out, though, off third eye team. They're trying to grind themselves up. 10 teams still remain, 29 up. Third eye being one of them, trying to close down. Funny business, though, right in front of them. Next target acquired. They can hear the Dragonoff, though, raining true. But funny business, though, they say no. Nice pre-fire throw through that smoke. Does pick him up, though, so he's going to try and edge. Does pick up Tuba. Can he get another one, though? Put some great shots on, but the nades are too big, though, for funny business. That car nearly rocking over and squishing down. I suppose our Bunt knows they've got to ensure, though. Nice spin, though, Gregory. We're not quite seeing where Keegan is, but he does put some shots that way. They are down to a 2 themselves. They are getting pushed on the outside edge, and this is really ensured destruction. Has Greg even got an opportunity? No. Don't even need to throw to you. He's been denied. Third eye, 10th place.
Wow, absolutely unfortunate. Funny business giving the but they're gonna have to reset very quickly, as now it is going to be Team Donkey Destroyers. That's gonna be collapse pushing up on top of them. No, they're not. They're gonna bow out, and they're gonna opt to rotate on off. Red Rider and Stepsons, last 2 up for Orion, as they are just going to try to hold out. TTG taking a very aggressive position here. They're going to be trying to hold out Funny Business, just like Funny Business just did to Third Eye. It's going to be very interesting. Oh, LG Tayeb, he's going to get a knock on to Kadir. Now Funny Business is going to be pushing into the zone. They are going to be able to take positioning here, and it's a very good position. They have a nice dip. Teams are going to have to push uphill to try to take this dip away from them. So they find themselves, oh my gosh, it's going to be Tayeb. He's going to find 2 and eliminate Train to Go as a solo. Absolutely banger play from him. He's going to secure some nice placement points and one step closer to maybe picking up even some placement points as he takes out 2.
Well, we are, yeah. We're in the placement points now in 8th. So 8 teams now remain. We get a point from now on out until we get to 10, first place, where we get 10 points. But TG now unfortunately losing the zone. And again, we're getting the same style ending. I don't think we're going to end exactly into the middle, but we will have a few more teams that need to rotate. TG already know this area so well. I don't think they're going to be wanting to take the pressure from this compound. No cap, he knows he's got a team on the other side. Good shots though. TG want nothing to do with the West. I think, hey, do you know what? We're going to give the, hey, was that a moving jump up from Lemon Squeeze?
He did. He just
like, hell no. I'm out of this one. I don't want to go West.
Oh
I agree to these boys.
Yeah. What a man! I was not expecting him to see him jump out of a moving car while he's getting shot. But it is going to be 3 members of those guys. They're going to get knocked and eliminated, leaving just Doc Geo, the last one up for the team, trying to hold out. But he needs to be very careful as he is literally crawling up onto Donkey Destroyers. And that's going to be very dangerous as Tuamas has a MG in hand. Even though they are a 2-man, that MG can easily turn the tide of any battle he gets into, just absolutely melting people away, as we've seen what can be done with it in the hands of very strong players. Don't forget, though, TG, an extra 10 points in my heart, because I've got the yellow tracksuit. Tracksuits make you more of an Aggie player. Aggie players get chicken dinners, though. LG, on the other hand, that was Aggie player himself. No lid, though. So, but he needs to ensure he gets rid of it. He does see the sneaky rotate, though. His little peekaboo with that little bald head comes out, though, from Stepson. Nice move, but has been caught himself inside wrap, though, himself. Though. And oh my days, what a whip! Big shots, though, coming from Tape. I think Orion are going to be unable to get that res. They might be coming into this game now as a solo. Big plays from Tayeb. He is literally putting Legacy in his back. His first game, he did not, he got eliminated very early on, but now he is showing that he deserves to be on this team and he deserves to be in this match, as he is able to pick up 2 on his own and then get the knock onto a 3rd, and he will bleed, so that will be another kill for Tayeb. Just holding on. He has a tree and a car to give him protection from all these different teams, and he is using it very, very smartly. What's that, 3 kills he's put on from there as well? He just needs someone to die close to him, though, now. He needs to get some more gear, right? Absolutely. You know what? He's even worth a quick tab. You've been tabbed up in my heart. And that, I can know, is an AWM, as he, no cap, knows you're there. But like our first game, we know this compound being centralized up, and look, recently we are getting the same style zone endings in and around the same area, so I'm interested to see actually the IQ from these players. How long until we start figuring it out, and will we start seeing more and more of these players I suppose predict, maybe change their drop zones in accordance to a style of zone, a style of ending? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to have a race now from Funny Business. They're all going to line up and 3, 2, 1, go. And Keenan obviously with a later start, but that's only because he's got the M249 in his back pocket. They're waiting for it though, but they are committing now. There's going to be a big crash here. Funny Business say they want it. They go straight in, and no cap though. Level 3 gear all downstairs. He's got the defensive hold already there. He knows he wanted to deny that one. That's a good play from him. He's going to back himself now up in the free store and pray that we get things like the MG come rolling in, because it didn't take long though for the Donkey Destroyers to have a little peekaboo over the top to say, hey, maybe this MG can pick up some kills. Wow, what a very brilliant play from No Cap, as he secures himself from being able to get just absolutely W-keyed by Funny Business, and he secures himself to rotate out of the building. But it is unfortunate though, because now they just gave away a building to Funny Business, as they now have entry into their compound, and a very strong building, as you can get on that 3rd floor and you have that height advantage onto another team. Tayab going to get the knock onto Bryken, as he's going to try to hold off Chicken Death, as it is going to be Spectro actually from the Untouchables that is going to collect him and eliminate that team, and Red Rider going to steal away the thirst. Look, I want to just note, right, TU, Known Cap, had an exit plan. He deployed it to perfection. He nailed the gas can on the stairs. He then stopped that push coming up there. He then jumped out the window and got the cover. The smoke was already done. It was like it was rehearsed. It might have been practiced before, but talk about it not being practiced. So Donkey Destroyers are destroying this free stack themselves. Cerberus goes his way in, though. Now comes the Molly from the inside. They're trying to find anything they can, but Donkeys are just running around in circles trying to pick up. This doesn't feel as controlled as our first game. I think everyone got their nerves out the windows now, as it just goes back to kind of that standard NA game that I'm used to seeing.
TL though, they're going to try and work on this north side, and they are taking that bowl. This bowl will be so crucial for the late game, and Chickens though find themselves sneaking out the other side.
Oh, and just as you say that, Doc Geo, he's going to get found. Red Rider's going to get found out by Doc Geo, and Orion is going to get eliminated in 7th place, as now it is just one solo left. And it will be a very difficult push for him indeed, as he does make it inside of his zone. But so many different teams sitting inside of this very small column. Oh, in the middle of all this, Tuomas is going to get knocked. Just one nade, that's all you need, and you will collect the point, and you will get that MG out of play. Keegan, never mind, not going to need that piece of utility, as Keegan is going to push down and find the last member of Donkey Destroyer, Cerberus, getting eliminated with his team in 6th. As now it looks like the Lair is going to get active, and they're going to push up onto the Untouchables, as they're going to try to take the building away from them. It's going to be a very difficult push, as Icy Flex is going to immediately find the knock on a no-cap, and he's going to swing out, but it is going to be Bubby that gets the trade onto Streetsman, as now he's trying to start holding it out, but it's going to be... How the heck do you say that? As he's going to find Bubby, and they are going to eliminate them just as soon as they try to push in. Now we are down to our final 4 teams.
It is a very quick towards our final 4, as I will tab everyone up. But that's worth noting. Funny Business commit to a crash, and they're now 11 kills up. They're making the aggressive push, though. Oh, it does get him on the last couple of whips, though. No need for the M249, but he's getting pushed on the outside. And the cover comes in from Tato, covering his boy, though. They will say goodbye to TL. Now it's a 2v2v1. What a difference on our first game to our second game. And that's nothing to do with the zone. We've got the same style zone ending, completely different. But actually, 2 of our teams, they're back here on our sort of our top side, should we say? But maybe not with the numbers they had the first game.
It's going to be a much different style of gameplay from our first game. As first, we had 3 squads with full 4-man teams, and then we had a 2-man from Chicken Death, and Chicken Death managed to find themselves in a nice podium finish position here, just like in the first game, as Funny Business absolutely destroying this lobby. They just absolutely perfectly timed pushes, perfectly timed takes on the building, and it's going to be Tater that gets the shots onto Extreme as he tries to push into the compound. Now Chicken Death just down to 1, and Hyper DR looking like he is not going to try to push in for the trade. He is just going to stay in his position. Tater collecting the flush onto Extreme. Now it's a 2v1v1.
I feel for Chicken. It's like they put Chicken in a name, and that's their only goal, is to get chicken dinner themselves. But we are now going to go to a 1v1v1, as those guys are able to pick up the individuals do pop out, and then we'll make sure that it's typical. It's the wrong person I tabbed up with Funny Business, but 14 kills. This is slow right down. She says slows right down. There's a dot a little bit further out, but Chicken seem to always want to try and get themselves that chicken dinner. I don't know if I don't want to say scared. Scared's the wrong word. I want to see them take more fights. They clearly got the gun skills. They've got the knowledge of the zones. I think they have the capabilities to get more kills though.
Absolutely, they're just I want to say they're a very cautious team. They're very reserved in their play style. They're not like these other teams that are just absolutely just full sending into, like, once they get the info, they full send into a compound, take the fight, and collect some kills. They get the information and they hold on to it. They have a much slower play style, much slower approach than these other teams when it comes to taking fights.
Well, we know somebody who hasn't got a slow, and that's Tata. 5 kills on the board for him. You know, with a nice 6 before on the board, and it goes down to a 1v1, and the solo has been living out for a solo for a while, and it looks like we might be going down to a while, like a little 1v1. I think it comes down to util and Spice, and Chicken Death's only got that molly though, but look at this though. Doc is able to launch a barrage of util over 3 nades in his back pocket, and molly in the other one now. He's just going to try and farm some information he can. Hopefully he doesn't waste too many. He is now working his way towards the dot. I feel like both of these are just going to etch their way around this bottom side, keeping the ridge in front, and eventually meet at some point here on the battleground. It's going to be flat. I kind of want Hyper DR to get up on his knees now and start taking the battle himself, because if he takes any blue zone, it's going to be really punishing, and they are 2 big hits that you did not need to take though, coming in towards this zone.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, I think, use some of those.
Oh, he's taking another 2.
Drop them and,
another 1.
Oh my gosh.
Gone zone. Oh my. What a way to go. Fight, lads.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words for that. Maybe, I guess he just didn't anticipate the zone moving that fast, and good job, those guys. Congratulations, picking yourself up 8 kills and taking the first place away from the other teams. You're able to hold out Funny Business that took the compound, finding the kills onto them, eliminating them, and then just got very fortunate. Is that the word that we would want to use here for them dying to blue zone, for chicken death dying to blue? Is that the word we want to use?
I don't know. There's a series of words we could use, but we won't. Yeah, look, they've got the mechanical. Let's talk about chicken. They've got the mechanical skill set. They've got the capabilities in order to get to the zone. They know how the game plays. I just want to see more of an aggressive state, and that's a prime example at the end for me. It's a 1v1. You can see the kill. You can see the numbers of players left in the lobby. There's 2. You're one of them. 50% chance. It's only one other person on the other side, and you can't really fight laying down. So I would have liked to have seen him get up. I like to see him take more of an aggressive stance. I will say though, the second game was more aggressive than the first game. So maybe it's a momentum that we're going to see over these 12 games. That actually they are going to increase in the attacking stance, should we say, that Chicken can bring. But we can't argue. Back-to-back games, they've been up there in the top 4.
It's true. They have definitely taken very strong podium finishes these last couple of games. Like you said, I definitely agree. They need to take much more aggressive stance when it comes to taking these fights. You can't win matches laying down. I mean, unless you're just fed zone and someone walks on top of you, then maybe you get a lucky knocker, lucky kill there. But very interested to see if maybe it is the momentum that they need. They just need to get more confidence into these matches, maybe gain more momentum, and maybe they'll get a lot more aggressive, take fights to these teams rather than the teams taking fights to them, and maybe pick up a nice handful of chicken tenders for the chicken win, you know?
Yeah, it's always more productive though when you get those kills on the board with that chicken dinner. But placement points are placement points. Need to work on the kills. I'll tell you what though, we'll throw ourselves to a very quick break though. We are loading lobby already. We'll come back and we'll have a quick look at that leaderboard though before we get into match number 3. See you guys in a couple of minutes. Hey, and welcome back, everyone. That was a good first 2 games, though, from our wrangle. The OG, the one and only. And it didn't really disappoint. With both zones coming back down to the kind of same location, it was matter then of it came down to skill set. Who farmed the kills, who got the placement, who was able to work it out. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard, though, as I know most of you will be itching to break it down. But hey, take us through the leaderboard as we stand at the moment on that top side.
Well, as you can see, it looks like Four Nation was able to hold on to the number 1 spot after getting first place that first game. 18 total kill points with 10 placement points for that first win, giving them 28. Those guys able to secure back-to-back placements. They were able to pick up 23 after the first 2 Aaron Gale's Funny Business. And coming out of nowhere, as they were eliminated early on first game, but they were able to pick up 14 kill points and pick up a nice little third place for placement points, putting them into third place at 19. And Orion finishing inside of what they finished second place off of the first game, finished second place off the first game, got themselves some nice placement points on the third and getting themselves a nice little 4th place.
Yeah, it was a good game. And yeah, look, massive shout out. Funny Business, though, got that plus 12. So nothing super to heroes. Let's go. But we are going to obviously descend. Now, Tego is an interesting map. We're going to throw in, we're going to talk a bit more about the map itself, but let's throw ourselves. It's game number 3. It's Tego. It's coming up.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we come into the one and the only Tego match for this 6-match first day of best of 16, we will see that the flight path is going to favor more so towards the western side of Tego, coming down from north to south. A lot of drops will be reachable for these teams, but maybe a couple won't. You know, the teams that might have chosen Airport or Kong Nuong might have to go to their alternate drops here, so it's going to be very interesting to see where they decide to call home as we wait to see where zone will shift to.
I see as the playing path, though, is going down. Looks like a bit of news coming in, though, hot off the press. But our Mercy Gaming having to sub out Seifu. I love Seifu. He's out. But he's having major internet issues, causing him to lag out. So they are going to be subbing in Lucido, so we'll be seeing a slight change up in that one. A lot of teams don't have that 5th player. They have the capabilities to do subbing, and that is the reason why. So a little bit of a change for Mercy Gaming. Hi, is it going to make a big difference to them? They need a big game.
I don't know, because Mercy Gaming, you know, I didn't get to see a lot of what it takes before they got picked up by the org. And as I did watch Mercy Gaming play, I did not see Lucid subbing in during any of these scrims or the matches. So it'll be very interesting to see how he fits into the dynamic of the team. He is a very strong player, but it will be very interesting to see how he fits in with that chemistry with the team, to see how well they all play together, as this is the first time I'm seeing him actually play with the team.
Yeah, obviously Seifu is a big hitter, so don't get me wrong. You see sneak attack, and Seifu, though, they are team 2 duos that can really hammer it home when it comes down to kill points. Lucido, good player, very high IQ anyway, so I'll be interested to see what they do with this one. And obviously it's disappointing though when you get a lag out, when you get to round of 16. Remember, this is knockout stage now. This is not what you want to be getting when you're getting internet problems, because that could result in this team not going through. So got to focus their way down. We've got 2 games done though, but we still got these remaining games left though. 4 on the board. And the zone shift though very much on that west-hand side. Now, I've cast quite a bit of Tego now. I can tell you though, our recliner where our TG team are sitting. Here's where the head sits, and there's kind of the back and the chair. It does make sense when you zoom in. There's kind of a recliner chair. This area, so north, south, southeast of it, all very, very strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of early rotation here. We see a lot of end zones here, a lot of meta for these teams. So it looks like ICANN though has taken a very strong compound. I wouldn't be surprised though Third Eye are going for the crash though, but we are going to see RPG right in the face, and ICANN for sure destruction. But I do get one. I have no idea what he was thinking, but it looked goddamn good.
Oh, what an absolutely I mean, I don't what big brain or just absolutely massive pair on him for going for that. But man, he got
and
the knock.
Free man as well. They're free.
He is a 3-man. That is. I don't even know what to say about that. At that point, it's like, you're a 3-man. You just win for that. Maybe he was expecting him to hold the edge and he wanted to get a nice little knock there. But it is going to be Voxic that gets the knock on the M's, and Greg Shot is going to immediately get the thirst. And now it is just going to be Little Lele, last one up for the team, as Third Eye is going to take that compound away from them. That's a nice clippable moment, I guess. You know, take that Panzerfaust knock and just run with it, I guess. But man, that was entertaining to watch at the least.
I will. One thing I'll say, I've got that where people might send clips. It goes to my YouTube short. It's actually one of my favorite things on the morning after a stream. I can just go back and watch some clips, and that one there is going to be an interesting one. So we have to wait and see how that goes. I feel like it went differently in his head. I feel like it was Panzer. He was going to pick up 2, clean up the other 2, win a chicken dinner all the way to the end, but it didn't quite work out. I feel like as anticipated.
No, I definitely think he was. I'm willing to bet maybe that he was hoping that, or thinking that they were just going to hold the edge of the hill and just sit down there, and maybe he'll be able to look down on one of them and get the knock, and then take the thirst away, and then fight the next. But he just got embraced in welcoming open arms by Greg Shot, and it's going to be T-Sock. He's going to get a nice little knock onto Streets main, as TL is going to rotate right into the arms of Funny Business. They will pick up their first kill of the Tego match.
Oh, big hit though from oh, I didn't get another one as well. He actually put the car back safe. Didn't get picked up. Quite surprising though. T-Sock didn't look back that way, but punishing hits from the side. And welcome back LG, as they will clear another one. TL bleeding fast, and LG might be able to capitalize up on the big bulky hits. They need to get aggressive. They are going to do it though, and taking out your own car is never a good way of doing it.
No, definitely not. It looks like they're just going to go maybe try to. Oh, they're going to secure a faster moving car. I'm kind of confused. Are they leaving the UAZ behind? Are they
out of fuel maybe?
Maybe. I hope so. I mean, I don't think it's ever a good play style to just leave a vehicle behind, you know, as many vehicles as possible. But it is going to be Retirement on Esports pushing up onto Not a Hobby Arson, getting pushed by Fizzle, and Fizzle is going to find the knock. He tried to get that nice little piece of util off beforehand, not able to find it. Back Monster now pushing up on top of Fizzle. Looks like he's going to try to maybe work the trade. Nade in hand, he flies over, but Fizzle already relocating to the other side of the hill, as Back Monster now going to push up. Quick, Zulmox also going to get knocked by Innate. Oh my gosh, this fight is turning very quickly for Not a Hobby, as now he will find the knock onto Fizzle. Now RHE going to have to push up fast to try to save Fizzle, but it's going to be a little too late, as now it is a 3v1 though. Back Monster able to secure himself at least 1 into this fight, as RHE goes down to 3.
It's a hard area. It's a very popular area, because this hill can provide so much information when you overlook on towards from. Did he just turn and slap his own guy? What is going on, bro? Professional, mate. Clears that up, mate. Makes him a call back. He was like, no, my kills. They're my kills. But yeah, critical area. This is such a good area. It provides you so much more information. When you get it clear, you can look out towards that swamp side. We see a play very much on towards that east-hand side, more from here. It does retract sometimes. We do get a few crazy zones. I had a couple of crazy ones, especially going out to Hapo out on that west. But I feel like this is like the heart of this style zone. It's always going to be about this and potentially looking on towards the end zone from here.
Definitely very, very strong area. But one thing, like watching rounds of 64 and 32, you know, we watch a lot of these teams. They lost vehicles very early on, leaving them to have to run across very wide open fields. Very not good for their positioning there. But it is going to be Funny Business taking the fight onto LG, as Tayab is going to get knocked by Bunt. Blunt going down to 1 HP. He just needs one more shot, but that nade might be good enough to get the knock, and it will, as Blunt is now going to go down. Funny Business getting reduced to shambles as Legacy is going to take the fight to them, as it looks like Keegan's going to take massive damage from Tar Izzy, as he's going to keep reaming him, and Keegan's going to go down. T-Sock, the last one up for Funny Business, as he is holding the compound. He is not going to be able to go stick the res or help his fallen teammates, as now they're going to be crashing onto him.
Yep, and with Tata, the remaining player, is to hold the compound. They know where he is because he's been popping shots at them. But an aggressive play style from Funny Business, aggressive pushing onto the teams. I like it. Has been unfortunate as it has backfired slightly onto us. Don't think that they are in zone. But we have to train. Obviously, I've just got more information. We've got an internet fix. So game 4 we played again by Safe, allegedly. Internet problems, though, are flickering, so might opt to play out and continue with Lucid. So we'll keep an eye on that one, guys, as the information comes in. And again, 4Nations, thank you very much. You guys sent me an updated logo. I will update that, but it will be for tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe Funny Business was just trying to maintain that momentum. They did pick up a nice massive 12 kill, maybe 13 kills. Was it 12 or 13 kills last game, and picking
14.
up a nice little third place. 14. They picked up 14 on top of a third place. So they're probably just trying to keep that momentum going, picking up as many kills as they did that first game, and it just happened to backfire on them as they took the fight to Team LG, not Luminosity Gaming, folks. Legacy.
It's the other LG. The other one.
Other LG.
Actually, it really
LG.
messed with my bloody box. I've got LG is botted up, so I had to remove LG. It's the only team that you can't type the short commands to get the team. You have to type the full name because I've already got LG tabbed for the LG. That's not here. That will be later.
It's gonna be funny to see if Legacy's able to make it to the grand finals or the semifinals to go versus LG. That'd be very funny to watch. LG versus LG, fighting LG. They get the knock on LG, and LG is eliminated.
I feel like one of them will have to change their name, and I don't think the old LG is gonna have to.
Luminosity Gaming. I don't think they would be the ones to change their name in that situation.
No. And Donkey destroys. I didn't know donkeys could swim, but they can. They are coming in. Secure Sense note is already here, so let's take those feather. I don't know which way he's looking. He's looking back this way, so you'd expect him to maybe look down the ramp. But I like fishing camp. It's my drop area. I kind of like the town. Also like Palace if you can't get to Palace. On that guy that jumps in a hot drop and is instantly back in lobby straight away. But again, for these teams, this area is such a meta. Again, we're going to see it continue to retract down here. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by this zone after seeing that one. I think it's more about the positioning play. The only thing I don't like about this area here, is the swamp area. It's just missing, I think, terrain. It's too open. I dare to say it, a destined swamp, where we see a lot more trees and containers and hills and bumps. But like any map, PUBGs are always developing. They're always making improvements. So I'm sure this will be an area which will be under review, and as it's now in the comp scene, I think we're going to see more and more of development for this map.
I 100% agree. I wouldn't doubt it if maybe after they do the Erangel remaster, they don't turn their eyes on over to Tiago, trying to see if they can put some more rework into it. Because look, just watching this drive through from TTG, you're just seeing a lot of untapped potential for this map. A lot of open fields, open areas, not a lot of dips, not a lot of nooks and crannies to try to play off of. So it's very open map that they could definitely add a lot more to make it a lot more dynamic and a lot more diverse to take fights onto. Tater with a nice knock on the Dozo. And okay, I thought he just hit that. What is happening here?
I've seen this a few times. He's always in these buildings. I love a little spectator pick. He looks cool as hell. He's sliding my way in super slow. Funny Business, though, refusing to go down aggressive and taking a bit of green energy now with a bicycle. It is a better update. I definitely like this because it means you can get in and get out quite quickly and it's undisturbed. So that's how you look at him. He is hitting those buttons as fast as he can as ET will send his way. I mean, Tata will send his way now, hopefully off a ramp and over towards the other side. He's got a bit of a rotation on him. There's a little bit of my Donkey Destroyer, though, on the outside edge. Screw sense, no. Got the hill there, going to be able to overlook this, and with all the action happening though in Fisher Camp, you've got to be cautious. They can't just look too much in towards that terrain. They've got to be focusing a little bit later on. Actually, do you know what? There's going to be a later game here, and it might play away from us slightly. We just need to ensure no one wraps in behind, because you do see with their position, teams will wrap in behind them.
Absolutely, and yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see how they do, because they did just lose one as he was trying to anchor inside a fishing camp to Oldless, just pushing it and taking it from them. Going to be very interesting to see how they hold it out, as LG and the last member of Funny Business are going to have to push in across that bridge behind them. It's going to be interesting to see if they try to, maybe LG tries to go around the opposite side, take the northeastern wraparound, but going to be difficult push for them in general. Is I don't know. Foxic, very close. He has the information
from there.
He knows that he just got pushed up on by. Gosh, why did you change your name? You just keep throwing me off with that. I know it's you, Devil Vibes. Yeah. Why'd you do this to me? Why'd you do this to me? I know it's you, Devil. Gosh. But he knows that Devil Vibes is sitting there as he pushed up the side of the hill. So it's going to be very difficult if he starts taking shots, allowing Voxic to push up on top of him. Could spell disaster for Mercy Gaming. That's exactly what is about to start happening. He's slowly inching his way up.
Also, he's got a big decision now whether he plays out of this one or stays. His area hasn't been spotted yet. Honey Badger was the one that caught the rotation coming in. So I suppose he's got everything to gain from this here. The car is situated behind. Mercy Gaming can't really peek over the top without receiving a bit of punishment, at least you'd expect from Honey Badger. But they do get the long distance knock. So now we should see more of an aggressive stance. Third Eye need to get aggressive as the zone is now shifting. There comes that mountain again into that critical area, that critical zone. Actually, Vossic pulls back because he knows this team's got to push now. They are having a little look the other way. Mercy Gaming though, trying to pick up Honey Badger moving. He didn't want to give away too much though, because that might give away his boy. Vossic though using every pop of that MK to get closer and closer towards MG now.
And it is okay, and it's going to be MG. They're going to be able to rotate on out. Mercy Gaming able to get away, but they're not going to be rotating into the other member of Third Eye. They're able to escape one, and they're going to crash onto another Honey Badger, a very strong fragger. If anyone could turn the tides of a 1v3, it would be him, but he's going to have to try to play it slow, regroup onto his team, and fall off right into... Is he about to rotate straight into... All right, no, he's not. Okay. All right, never mind.
No, he's going to just wrap back. His other guys on the other side. They've got the res, though. They're known. But more on the other side, though, the swamp. As I said, it's too open for me. Personally, I don't know what you guys and girls think about it in chat, but I think this is the one area that could do with that development, as I said, though. To you, though, they push themselves on the bottom side, though. We're going to see a few people take a more of a drastic attempt into this open wasteland, this barren of wasteland. And interesting, we see the team have come off the hill, so a lot more teams positioned on the outside. This is going to be more edge play now, and that does mean a lot more carnage. There's going to be a lot of knocks and a lot of deaths coming out of these fights here in the southern side of the zone, as Four Nations is going to spot out the Untouchables as they're going to start trying to rotate in. Easy shots coming onto the Spectro as he is standing still for Zyko, not able to find the knock as they're going to start trying to rotate on out. Dangyo going to get the flush onto RJ, making Orion down to a 3-man as they are stuck in between all these different teams. Trying to find somewhere to live at the moment. It's very, very hard around this neck of the woods, though. I think that's good play. On the outside will be good, though. They've got to really stop this pressure here from LG. Legacy, though, are going to bully these guys here, and actually, they are opting to take a pick up and go, but I just pop the X-ray and we can see they hit the other car. They might want to take the other car, but this one is pretty much done and dusted. They're going to be so cautious, but then a good advantage is Four Nations can't really bully them. They can't play over the top. Right, again, this whole south side, I just want to keep an eye on it because it might be a bit dangerous, but wait and see.
Yeah, definitely a wait and see what happens with the zone, if it's going to shift into the favor of these other teams that are in these very difficult situations, as Orion's going to get one Thurston and one knocked, as now it is just Babbler up for Orion, but Cerberus getting absolutely headshotted, deleted by Restraint, is now Colonel's going to find the knock on the Babbler. It's very, man, a lot of action, a lot of carnage, as you said, happening very early on here. And it's going to be Hugh taking a very cheeky angle onto those guys as they're holding that compound. Mercy Gaming
big
also
shift.
holding another one. Oh my gosh, everyone's on the edge. No one is center of the zone, which is probably for the best, because that center zone is unforgiving, as there is little to no playable areas inside of that zone.
Literally, as I click on one, Ryan go out after a really good start. Not really been able to capitalize. Maybe I was going to say Tego's not their game, but they got free chicken dinners the other day, so we know they can put on a good Tego But actually, and do you know what? The chicken dinner was the style of the zone on this, but they came in from that northeast side. They played on the outside edge on that northeast corner. This time, they found themselves fighting on the southwest. Maybe the swamp zone wasn't right for them, but we're going to have to wait and see eventually how things fold out. Messi Gaming on the outside here. Third Eye don't want to let anything go. LG the same. They want to try and farm as many kills, and LG already find themselves on a 7. So after a very bad start, game number 1, LG clawing their way back up that leaderboard potentially.
Yeah, and I want to say Orion, they had nice positioning, you know. They didn't have too many teams pinching them in, but Legacy took an E pickup and took this part of the swamp away from them, pinching them in between all these different teams, leaving them absolutely nowhere to go. So good play for Legacy as they were able to farm a couple of knocks and kills onto Orion as they were just stuck in a very tough situation to try to get out of. And there goes Tater, the last member of Funny Business, going to get eliminated in 13th.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard though. Honey Badger though heard the shots though, and he was going to wait out, and it does reward him. Mostly Gaming have pushed forward, but they are down some numbers here, and it is our battles are, I suppose, the big hitters as we'd expected. Lucid does go down, and Devil finds himself a little bit alone and on the outside edge. If he wants to get that car, he's going to have to pop a smoke, as we might see our Third Eye team continue to collapse in on him. But they've also got to think about zone. They've got to calculate what they want to do here, and unfortunately, Mercy Gaming's going into the action, but he's not going to be aware of that one though. TU down to their final place. Phase 4 though, hi, it's going to tickle a little bit. It doesn't scratch just as much as a 5, but it does punch a little bit harder than a 3. And it is a full send, but it is going full send here to our kind of stars at the moment, and that is LG. Shots will come out though. We'll be able to pick up though. Touchables though do go out, and LG hold on that bottom side, but soon after that, Mercy Gaming take 11th place.
Oh my gosh, LG is on a tear this game. They just took momentum from last match, and they're just gonna keep holding on to it as they had 12 kills pushing into this next couple of zones here. Oh, and it looks like Four Nations is gonna try to be pushing in as they're driving in the middle of all of Chicken Death with the last member.
Oh, I thought he had the sound on as well. I thought he was playing the music. I was like, yeah, just drive around and play from the music, the OG PUBG music.
Just sing some show tunes for the rest of the people pushing and trying to, take you out of this competition.
Let's just cheer everyone's anxiety. Yes, the zone's crazy. Yes, we've only got one of these wonderful Tagos today. But I have to try and work with LG, though. Get another one of those. They do pick up Honey Badger. They are unfortunately losing one for zone. But look, 12 kills, even going out now, it's a good game. You got to take it. It's a good game.
Absolutely. They just gotta, maybe if they can survive 2 more teams going down, they pick up a nice handful of little placement points, and with 12 kill points, that's gonna be massive for them. As now Third Eye looking to activate as they are able to pick up the knock, and now they're gonna have to try to push into a zone.
Be very, very hard now. Those guys will be those guys for the start of zone. They will be the ones now holding out, so they kind of gotta grief this one. They've got to push aggressively now onto Doc. They can't allow him to peek. The rest of them are in the compound. I like what he's doing. He's trying to be creative. He's trying to get some information out there, but it doesn't quite work out for him, and unfortunately for them, eventually just needs to, it's that balance. How much of a third party does he take versus a team that potentially have to get in?
It looks like they're going to opt to rotate around, Maybe I kind of wanted to see. Oh, nice little headshot from, or is that a neck shot? Neck shot onto Doc Geo from Honey Badger as they're opting to push in away from those guys, taking their positioning up the hill onto zone. Going to be a good push for them as they're going to hold out a lot of teams as Team Retirement Home Esports and Team TPG are going to have to push up onto them. Nice shots coming out. Dope Patrol are going to get a knock onto Honey Badger, though, as Nate is pushing up right behind Greg Shaw. Greg Shaw, I don't know if he's aware that he has a member lurking right behind him. He's aware. Okay, good. He knows. He drops the smoke to give himself a little bit of cover. As
I think it was him. I actually think it was his boy. He's going to make the push, though. Big push, though, from Greg, though. Straight up and causing the damage, though. Four Nation taking 9th, though. And Jan, we know this guy's on laser. Not really showing up today so far as Lair. Now we layering their way forward. RHE, though. And I suppose it was a team effort from the boys. Greg Shot, though, now as the surviving member. And oh yeah, LG back in the kill feed.
No, once again, back and getting a knock on to Icy Flex. He's going to immediately secure that 13th kill point for them. Oh my gosh, they are now within placement points. They're going to get a placement point for this game on top of all those kill points, and they still have 2 members up. as they are now trying to fight their way past the lair. They're gonna fly past him and is gonna fly straight towards him, and it will be Greg Shot that walks around and is going to wipe the lair off in 8th place. As now he's gonna try to focus his attention onto the sociopath. Last member up for Retirement Home Esports. Nade comes into play. It looks good. It might bounce, and it's going to take him out. Beautiful nade from Greg Shot, eliminating yet another team. Now, this is where we are starting to see why Third Eye is the top team in this lobby. Even as one member, he is just wiping team after team out of the lobby, showing face for why they deserve to be on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I like his move. I do like it. You got to think, Greg knew he's in a tough spot. He knew he was getting sandwiched, but instead of just sitting back playing defensive, he wanted to now take the fight, and it was going to be eventually a ensured disruption as our 14 kill LG is swarming ahead at the moment, and the rest of the action though is happening very much in the outside. Chicken again find themselves yet again in the placement points. Yet again they find themselves in the top 5. Let's see if they can get any further along, maybe getting towards that top 2 again. Hopefully see them take a bit more of a fight, but it's a bit of a hard shift. LG will try and push their way down. LG will play peekaboo over the top here. I think it was a matter of time. They will start to push down. That final member of Chicken, it will actually have a nice ridge that he can play along that inside edge, but it is a matter of time. LG can't really push down any further, and this is the end zone we're looking at, guys and girls. This is horrible. It's open terrain. We've got a team in the north that needs to come in. We've got a team off the hill that needs to play down. There's a couple of rocks. I wouldn't be surprised to see teams take the rocks. It's going to be about timing on this one, High. Secure Sentin, they're going to hold. They're okay. But it's all down to timing.
It is going to be completely down to time. Sakura Zen's holding, I want to say, the strongest position inside of this zone. They got a beautiful dip that they can play off of. Salty Mate can run as far west as he wants, as far east as he wants, and he will have all of that dip protecting him from all these other teams that have the uphill advantage on him. So it's going to be about where is zone going to shift after him, and if it's going to help him out or if it's going to hurt him, as now looks like Riken going to try to activate here. He lost a tire. He's going to try to rotate into the zone. Is he going to try to crash onto
it's gonna be that.
Salty Mate? No. Okay, he's going to take the rock, but that rock isn't for full. Not for. Oh, he is not. What?
This one. Take the inside rock.
He's going to take another rock. Okay. But that's going to be very difficult as now.
Whoa.
Destroyers are going to activate onto Salty Mate. Salty Mate going to find the knock on the old list, but it is going to be
he got him as well.
That trades him out. And oh my gosh, he did. It was a trade all the way through.
I think, I don't know, maybe TG actually got one. I think he got one, 100%. I think TG got the last one.
Okay. I was about to say,
jeez. Aggressive ending here. But again,
Chicken death.
They're back here, people. Give me some chicken dinner under my belt. There's 5 kills. Looks like the momentum from this team is building. We had like 1 or 2. Then we saw like a 2, 3. Unfortunately, Chicken, they went out towards the zone. Now they're working their way. And again, top 2. But they're on 5 kills. So maybe it's about a momentum shift here. It's a 3v1. I kind of feel like it's only going one way here. I just want to have a quick look at the zone as they are. They are closing down those guys, but you got to remember who took last game. It was those guys. Who's going to look for taking the game again? It's those guys. Good nade, though.
Yeah.
2v1.
Beautiful nade from Briken. Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible. He just needs to capitalize up on that knock, and I don't know if he can. Maybe.
He does not have any more offensive utilities, so it's going to be very difficult for him to capitalize on it. Maybe as Shadru, he could probably try to wrap far left around the rock in the smoke, maybe push up onto the 2 rezzing, but they got the res off, so it's going to make it even more difficult for him to try to take that fight onto them as they were getting the res off.
Yeah, good hold actually. TG obviously holding himself up. And for those that have just joined in, they got the game number 2. They got a second round of the day. They are driving ahead here to try and get the winner chicken dinner. I like the move. I like Doc's already pushing his way out. I like the hold. Don't pause though. Nice little whiff of shots though, trying to get something on. Needs to get another med on. But look, TG, they don't need to rush this one because the zone is going to potentially be the conqueror. Oh, maybe if you peekaboos out this side, Doc's got a limited amount of time. This is what I love about PUBG. It's all time based. And with those knocks, he's not going to look back this way. And Doc might just find himself in cover, maybe. He's not seen him. He should be a winner chicken dinner.
Oh, no.
Headshot.
Doc Geo just has to peek over just a little bit and get the shot. And it's going to be Doc Geo to take him out.
Jeez.
Absolutely beautiful. Well played by those guys. The timing of Chicken Death, maybe if he peeked over that rock, he would have found him and got the knock in the flush, giving them another kill point before inevitably getting closed in on or having to push, because he did get pushed out of zone there. So beautifully played by them.
Very hard position. We've seen it end a lot, and I'm disappointed when it ends that way, because it is quite flat terrain. There's little rocks and stuff. Look, I like that what Chicken did. They pushed themselves into a position where they could maybe make something happen. Zone eventually going away, and TG, those guys, yet again being those guys that are just putting back-to-back chicken dinners on. Let's see if they can do an Orion and put another one under their belt. As we will take a quick break now. We'll come back though. It'll be round number 3, and it's the wonderful Vikendi though coming up. I'm looking forward to this one. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Hey guys, and welcome back. Well, we had two amazing Orangles. We just saw an outstanding Orangle. Before we throw ourselves over to the snowy blizzard that is known as Vikendi, and I know it's a bit of a blizzard because it can be a bit of a swamp storm. Let's take note. Those guys obviously lumbered their way now up towards the top. +1 for them, second to first, 41 points on the board. Four Nations though hold out for second, so they lose that top spot after that crucial first two games for them. LG Legacy now in a third, and Chicken Death +2 again. They are consistently chipping away at this leaderboard. They're consistently breaking down kills, not getting there, but they are starting to build. But definitely a team, if you want to look at how to rotate into zone, look about how to get yourself into a top 2 position, or even just say a top 4 position, Chicken are kind of the ones you need to sit back and watch how they get in. All they need to do is now figure out how to get those kills. But we know this map is a bit of a mad one. It's going to be our next round. It's Vikendi. I know it's mad. Sit back, relax, get the popcorn. Let's bring it on. Here we go. It's match number 4, the Snowy Wonder. As Christmas is approaching, Vikendi unleashes. Play path, not bad actually. From the east down towards the southwest. Goes right across the heart of the map. Now the heart being the Bears. I know you guys have got a name for it. I personally call the Bears King, right? Because King is one of my favourite observers. He's actually an NA observer for PUBG as well. So I dubbed my Bears King Bear. But you guys have got different names for the polar bears, haven't you?
Yeah, we do. We Bard has dubbed them all Hugos, so that kind of caught on, and that's what I've been calling them recently.
I'll try and keep up with it. I'll try and keep up with it. Well, you're fully aware. For those that are new, Vikendi is obviously in esports. We saw it first show at PNC, and actually, wow, what a showing it was. And for all the stuff that I've been doing in the EU, one thing I say from an EU point of view, it's mad. Like, it's very outside edge play. It's very I'm going to say Sandhawk, right? It's been a while since we have seen Sandhawk, but it's very much everyone has to play on the outside edge. The Bears obviously mix their way in as well. It's always an interesting watch nonetheless. But I think that's down towards the terrain. There's a lot of high grounds. We see people high, like they play for that high section, right? But once someone's got it, there isn't that much else you can take. So it just forces people to play the edge.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. It's a very unforgiving map, and wow. That was weird. On my screen kind of glitched out there for a second. But it's a very unforgiving map, definitely. Yeah, very unforgiving map. You definitely got to know your stuff, and very difficult pushes. Even if you are trying to hold the top of a mountain or the top of a space inside of the zone, you can easily get it taken away from you from someone holding either an adjacent mountain or already pushed up underneath you. Because, man, those blizzards, they offer the opportune moment and timing to push up on top of someone because you have no audio. You can't really hear it unless they're in a vehicle.
So it looks like Seifu's back after his internet, but watch this one. I'm assuming the admin, the organisations will make a decision if his internet's not up to speed. They've got the sub, so looks like he's back in the mix. So worth noting that Seifu now is back from Mercy Gaming. They've got a not bad zone, 2-2 split. They do sit themselves wonderful as well. Actually, I'll come off this map feed. They do leave here. They do have one of these mountains though, right in front. So again, we see teams extend out this way. We see teams capture these type of areas. You can farm a lot of information. The blizzards are a pain. I'm not a fan. I don't mind them early game, but I'll be honest, I don't mind them early game. I think they're great. But when we see a blizzard come in the late game, it takes up like the whole bloody zone. You're like, what's going on? Like, I can't see anything. But there is opportunity. There is always a silver lining with these wonderful ads because, like the sandstorm we're going to see on Miramar in a bit, the blizzards do provide such a good area cover. People can really sneak up on you, or you can get away if you use the blizzard to the advantage. So, nice ad. I'm not a fan personally. Late game. I do like it early game though.
Early game, it's pretty fun, and late game, if you are caught, like it is, it's definitely instrumental to have, or detrimental. Sorry, instrumental is not a word. Detrimental is the word. To have a night vision scope, or what are they called? Night vision scope, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what-
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not-
No,
yeah,
no.
okay,
You
night vision
talk about
scope.
the. No, it's not night vision. Oh, I can't remember.
Oh.
The chat's going to be kidding me by now. It's the heat sense. What's the word for the heat sense one? Oh, someone's going to tell us in chat.
okay.
And in 20 minutes' time, we're going to be laughing about this. Don't worry.
Yes, absolutely. But it is definitely detrimental to have one of those scopes, especially if in the light zone, the last zone, that a blizzard spawns right on top of you. If you don't have one of those scopes, and the
Thermal.
other team does,
Thermal scope.
Thermal scope. Thermal.
Yes!
That's the
Got
word.
it.
We figured it. All right, good job. We won't have to get reamed by chat now.
I'm out.
I'm
out.
if it does spawn on top of you, you don't have one of those thermal scopes, and the other team on top of you does, and you're sitting right next to each other, you'll get absolutely punished because they can see you perfectly, through smokes and through that blizzard. So,
But that's why I like that, though, right? I like that in normal play because you get them in normals, right? And that's, I think there's been a lot of talk about the snowstorms and the sandstorms. They're good on normals. They bring a nice add to the game, but leave them out of esports. I like change of esports. I think some of these things should come in. Maybe not the thermal scope. I think, again, what I'd like to personally see is maybe the snowstorms and the blizzards, the sandstorms. I'm happy for them to be an early game, but just not take up a whole zone.
Late game. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. No, 100% I agree.
Have to wait and see. Anyway, TTG, they find themselves not a bad spot. They are with a nice 2-2 split. It's I think because this is new, right? Because we are still learning, I suppose, and understanding how this game unfolds. A lot more 2-2 splits. We are splitting the edge. This is where the IGLs, the decision makers in game, are going, hey, it could go here or it could go there. Let's split 2-2. So wouldn't be surprised to see more and more people holding a 2-2 split. But you've got to be cautious. Especially like this, if you push yourself into a commitment, you don't know who's here. So sometimes a faster rotate is a better rotate. And there's an MP3. That is a dangerous gun to be having. No, they did put another one down. They are on the bigger defense. He's holding on the outside edge though as he whips those shots around the outside. The barrel will hit, but he's able to duck around. No cap though, puts himself in a bit more of a defensive position. If they are losing one, and as I speak too soon, they lose another one.
Oh, and he is pushing him. The flashbang is going to be able to hit. Oh, he full blinded him. He would have been able to take that fight as he pushed up the stairs right behind him. And Nate on the run, trying to hunt down No Cap as he's able to get out and rotate away from that fight. They will lose Spectro, and Bubby will get knocked in the middle of this fight. Now it is the Untouchables down to a 4v2. Now it's going to be very difficult to see how they manage to try to either pull this one back, or are they going to just opt to get on out of there? Because now TTG is crashing on top of RHE, as Chardru is going to get the knock and the thirst onto Morns, making this a very interesting early game fight.
I see TG, Lemon Squeezy's not changed his tactical gear. Worked very well on our Arankle as he was in the yellow grassy train. No cap though, absolutely down to a one shot and still surviving. I love that he's always got an exit plan. Always got an exit plan. Let's see if it can try and hold out though, but they are down to a 2. Let's see if they can hold out a bit later. They are slightly split. As Giant saying, as you can see him on the map though, he's working his way now in towards the outside. Let's have a look though, a bit further around this zone though. Ryan though, had a good start. I think we spoke about this in the pre-show. We mentioned this about this is a team that can't leave it to the last day. And do you know what? I think they've proven that. They've done really well so far. Hopefully not a commentator's curse, I'll be honest, but they are doing all right. They've started a lot better than they started the round of 32. So hopefully the momentum will continue to go for them.
I agree. They definitely been showing a lot more strength and a lot more pace within the early games of day 1. Definitely good that they aren't leaving it to day 2, because man, my nerves would be completely shot if I was sitting in like 12th or 13th, 11th, like anything underneath the cutoff line. If I was just sitting there and I was like, dang, this is all going to come down to today, I got to perform, my nerves would be completely shot. So it's good that they aren't leaving that to chance again for the best of 16, and I'm hoping that they continue to show face, maybe even pick up another 3-piece. That would be great to see from them.
Yeah, and they're not bad on the kills. And obviously we saw from that game number 1, there's a very big clear indicator of actually what they wanted to do, and that was a chicken dinner at the end. They saw them start up and try and wait this one out. LG though, another team that's building momentum. So all these teams building momentum, you've got to question at what point do we leave some teams behind in this lobby and say goodbye to them? But it is 2 days, so what a best of 12. We'll have to wait and see. But LG going to get a little bit of a blessing though from the drop though. They're going to find themselves a little bit more love. and care, maybe from some other people. And the rest of them, though, I'll have to try and descend in. This is what I was talking about actually before. See this here, Mercy Gaming. They've now sort of conquered the high ground. They've sort of extended themselves out. Have to wait and see how does that work out. What I think it will do high, though, is will provide them loads of information. Be able to farm as much as they can for these teams rotating in them.
Absolutely, and the information on this map is definitely going to be crucial because as mentioned before, like this map is absolutely devastating when it comes to just teams being able to just push right underneath you and you not being able to know as they are just getting right underneath you, or even some teams, you know, pushing as they push down on top of you. You have no information. You have absolutely no idea that they are there. So it's definitely very good to gather information early on before trying to take some heavy fights. And speaking of heavy fights, Four Nations versus Sakura Zensen. Nice flashbang on the Hue is going to come out, as they are going to take top of the roof. Molly comes into play. Ooh, Dope Patroller coming out with a nice little spray. Zyko trying to get some nice shots on the Hue as well. Doesn't look like nothing is connecting quite yet. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who gets the first knock and how they decide to try to play off of it.
It's going to be hard. Secure Sense, though, obviously going to try and hold back. Zico's the one, I think, that's really controlling this fight, stopping them from peeking over and punishing that solo that is underneath there. They've got to be creative here. Four Nations were the ones that started. Oh, that's a worldie of a nade. Jeez, he should not have been allowed to peek over like that and get that nade as pinpoint as he could. For Secure Sensen, they might now start driving this one. I think it's going to be down to Zico to get at least a knock, though. Oh, they're getting wrapped, though, and Four Nation are falling apart. There's only 2 remain.
Oh, Salty Mate will steal the knock away from Back Monster. And now, Ice Tech is just going to run right into the arms of Dango as he is just holding him out. Nade comes into play. He's going to throw it just a little too late, and Hugh is going to come and get the trade. Will it collect the thirst? No. Ice Tech will be able to crawl away from the nade and be able to get the res off, as Four Nations now also is going to go down to just 1. Last one up, Dope Patroller. He's going to have to try to fight off the rest of Sakura Zensen.
So, let's see a little bit more of a collapse here. They are going to try and now hold. I think he can get the res himself, but he's going to back himself in a corner. Sakura Zensen, though they are okay. They've no third party coming. We did see a knock, though, further afield, but not quite pushed in, not quite closed the game out in this area, though. But backed into a corner. I think he's waiting for that card to be a little bit of a disruption for them. I expect him to be upstairs, so he's just pushing his way back. Blue Zone Nade, nice. I do like to use him, like to see him. I do like to see teams now starting to stack this util up, though. It's not just a Blue Zone anymore. It's a Blue Zone Nade followed by nades or mollies. So expecting, though, a great knock, though. Great damage done from the nade. Then followed up by that Blue Zone. Obviously gets that finish off a little bit more quicker. So I kind of like it. But Secure Sensen, they close this one out. Four Nations, though, they go out 16th place. So yet again, to start the day well, but they're not quite finishing it, because we're now going over that halfway point.
Absolutely massive little fight coming out from Funny Business on 2 Donkey Destroyers. Flashbangs and util flying all over the place for both teams. As Bunt is going to go down for Funny Business. T-Sock down to 4 HP, as now it is going to be Pat Caps that gets the swing around on the T-Sock. T-Sock going to get the flush onto Cerberus. Cerberus getting the flush onto Bunt. It is now a 3v3. Oh, 3v2 as T-Sock is now going to get flushed out. And they lose the car. The car is saying, I'm out of this fight. I'm done being here. It's time for me to go and retire. As he is just going to backpedal off. And now Keegan chasing after his lost vehicle, exiting this fight, trying to get away from this situation as Donkey Destroyers quickly turn the tides of the battle.
I love that. It's a put up. It's like, we got this. He tells Frank, he's like, no, let's push. Why are you pushing, mate? We've lost 2. No reason. Okay, we're backing off. And he turns out to run back to his car.
Why are you backing off? No reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
I might need a pickup. Completely separate.
The car's completely gone, but it might have worked out for him, though, as the tactical car placement allows him a little bit more extra path as he will bunny hop his way over the snow fields. So Stone is now starting to descend, and there goes the triangle, the Bermuda Triangle of our wonderful snowstorms. These teams are working their way in. There is not a lot left here, though. There's our LG, though, now under pressure. Let's see if Mercy Gaming, they've really not shown up so far, I'll be honest. I don't think they'll be disappointing me saying that. Great flash, though, come through. They are picking apart. LG, though, on. It's like a 2-2 split. The other 2, though, are in the compound, though. Has to try and use his smokes effectively, as Seifu is back from the depths of a bad internet connection. Now going to try and smoke. Will now dissipate those smokes are in front though. They are taking the long distance shots though. Roger does get another one. LG down for a 2 though. Blue Zone they're not quite getting the connection where needed. Seifu edging the smoke ever more though. But don't forget, the Blue Zone nades themselves actually provide a little bit of a disruption when it comes to a sightline also.
Absolutely. You trying to peek through a Blue Zone nade, it's going to be very difficult.
Seifu
coming in with a massive push on top of Dozo and Tayyab. Going to get the knock on to Tayyab and secure the flushes. Now, it is just the man, Tar, as the last one up for LG, as Yuto is going to ring out on top of him. It is going to be Sneak Attack. That is going to eliminate them. Man, Mercy Gaming coming in with a vengeance to get revenge onto LG as they take them out of this game early on. Them showing very strong face as now they are eliminated in 15th. And all these teams killing Pora. What was it?
I know, I thought it was. We've got bear action now. We've got bear action.
I know, they're murdering poor Hugo, or poor King. They're murdering him. Stop it. Stop the bear violence. End it.
So Mercy Gaming obviously haven't taken the fight. They lost the high ground. That does give the high ground now towards our team of Ryan. They were going to punish a little bit, but they are on the inside edge. And Mercy Gaming will be cautious though, because TL are also beginning. One thing I will say with Vikendi though, we do see a lot of drops. We do see more higher tier weapons coming into this one. Kind of like Tego with that abyss of drops that will rain down. TG obviously are going to follow half of the cable. They will go in towards MG here as Mercy Gaming will have to try and hold out themselves, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm worried Mercy Gaming might get controlled into that compound of Ryan one side and our team on the other side though for our TL, so we'll have to wait and see. Looks like our third eye also getting knocks and secure a Senton, and I think that might be a good nade as a confirmed snow does take up quite a bit. And it's an interesting zone, high ground in the middle, compounds either side, store a lot of teams need to get in.
Absolutely, and I want to say, I think Funny Business, I'll call it that they have the best positioning here. Is their compound is sitting almost center, and it has a nice little dip, nice little protection from the mountain, so people are gonna have to push far down on top of them to try to take them out. Come on, the knock and Bryken. Yes, Bryken going to get the knock onto Ems as Ican is going to try to rotate on by. Can he get 2 more to pick up 3 for his team? And they will opt to rotate the far side, so they won't take, but they are almost full clown carring it at the moment. I guess they just didn't secure many vehicles on their drop. One person with one strong spray could eliminate their entire day, but they're going to opt to rotate the far way around the entirety of the zone.
It is a hard rotation round, and actually they're going to be running into quite a lot of trouble unless they continue going. Town Store battling out. Like let's not take anything away here. RIHE Store holding out. We do have obviously TG here. We've had back-to-back chicken dinner so far. Keen to see if they can get a third. Snowstorm on top might actually be able to help that one, but just on the outside, those are Donkey Destroyers destroying the chickens as they come in. Though they're going to be clucking their way down. Maybe the chickens can't get the traction needed with those claws as they will hammer their way now. TTG next on the agenda. Maybe they're going to get a bit of chicken. No, though. Shavido dodge, duck, and dive, and now away he goes. Now further afield, I think they're prey on. No, maybe not. He goes down as well. Final 2 now remain from the chickens. It'll be a hard ask, but there was pretty much 2 for most of our games. They will now go for a full send in towards zone, and our Donkey Destroyers maybe looking at this map and going, hey, there's a little bit of a blizzard coming. We might be able to capitalize on this and cause some danger.
Oh my gosh, Oldest could go, and as he's going to go and steal this kill away from them. Is he troll? What is he?
He's trolled him.
He's going to punch him out. Oh, that's toxic. Oldest going to punch him out. Maybe doesn't want to give away his positioning with more shots as he knows that there is a team sitting underneath him. Oh, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but he is going to collect that thirst, steal away that kill from TG.
A big shout to PUBG though. The sides frost, the frost on the actual sites. You see it on the red dot. I do like it. I think they thought about it well. But the zone now is shifting away, and actually this team's are going to have to follow. So we are going to see TTG and our HE team have to follow this in, maybe under the cover of snow. But once it goes, we see this a lot. Like teams will hide underneath the snow and it'll be okay, and then suddenly the blizzard disappears and it's like, oh, there's a guy like less than 10 feet away from me. But one team that is not less than 10 feet is that's our chickens. It's the first time they've not made it into the placement points.
Absolutely. You know that that's not what they wanted to come into this battle, but they did have a very hard rotate, and they just took a very poor line into the zone as they were just traveling through like 9 different teams, and they were just one by one getting picked off slowly, each feather just getting ripped off of the chicken as they try to make their way in. But TG playing it smart. They were going for a bit of a slow drive through that blizzard. They didn't want to just crash into something accidentally and get eliminated. Oh, please let there be a bear looming in one of these corners. No, there's not. Dang it.
Already been harvested for gear. These are some of the underground KOs that people would like to use. Do like him. Zone does shift a bit further back though. Massive Gaming obviously on the wrap as well, as they will send it further afield. They'll follow the rotate round and they will try and get some high ground. I think that's a good play for them actually. Ryan did have the drop on him, and hopefully now Ryan will have to deal with other teams pushing their way. So with TL now climbing up the snowy peaks, they need to be cautious themselves. And on the other side though, Honey Badger, someone who's never cautious, he is very keen on the wraps though. Honey Badger picks up one, Greg on the other, Busy though picks up the final one.
Absolutely massive put down onto Donkey Destroyers. As Third Eye is going to collect themselves their first squad wipe of the evening, and they are going to give themselves 4 onto this Vikini match. They're trying to rally themselves up, maybe try to take and show face as to why, hey, you guys got to still watch out for us. Don't count us out yet. You know, it is only day 1, so maybe just as you said at the beginning of the night, maybe they're going for a slow approach. They want to try to grind up, but it is going to be Arson. He is going to wide swing onto Sakura Zinzin, and he is just going to pick up 2 and eliminate them from the lobby. As I'm in the middle of rambling about stuff that doesn't really seem to be mattering at the moment.
The Mercy Gaming team lose enough one as well, but blessed slightly. But going down out, Mercy Gaming have not made a placement yet. For a team that has topped the lobby for 2 rounds so far, they have not finished, and I think there was a funeral of a Nade and a Molly in their dedication. So they're going to go out. Oh, look at the size of the snowstorm. If that shifts out, it takes over our whole of our all of it. It's gone.
The entire circle would be completely enveloped in that snowstorm. Looks like Icy Flex. He's going to find Babbler and immediately get the thirst. As now TL is going to push up, or RJ looking to try to get the trade onto him as he's pushing up. Util flying overhead, not able to connect. Beautiful util usage, as now Orion is going to reset, try to wrap around and push onto the edges of the hill. Hold them out from taking position, as they are all sitting on edge of zone here. Shots raining out from RJ. He's going to light up one of them. He's going to go for the second one. He's going to get the knock on the and now he's going to try to go for Streetsman, as he is very low on HP. Blizzard now rotating in on top of them. Going to make it very difficult, as a beautiful nade from Red Rider is going to get the knock onto Jam. 2 members up for TL, as now they are trying to fight inside of this Blizzard. 1 nade from Orion could eliminate 3 of them.
Yeah, they need to try and hold this one out. Oh, RJ wants this so bad. He knows he's got the knock. He knows there's a time bound. But don't forget, the snow does damage. So RJ has to stop. He has literally been stopped in his track, though, from the snowstorm. And he's got to take the opportunity now to get a med, though. We see a Rhino itching forward, though, with her eyes in. Gets the outside edge, though. Sees not just 1, but 2. Red needs to get a med on quite quickly. He's going to go down towards the blue zone. And potentially, nearly gets that bandage off on time. Last remaining. He's going to maybe give up. No, he's not. He's going to lay low. Pray that he sees this one. TTG go down towards Third Eye. RJ comes into the abyss as he comes through that snowy blizzard. Storm himself, the final player, though, from the lair. Have to now try and hold up yet again. Another player taking some damage. Needs to think about medding here. This is horrible as the snow is descending over. 1 snowstorm is going to take up pretty much the entirety of our final couple of zones.
It's absolutely devastating. Orion had the fight in the bag, but then that snowstorm is going to help the lair pick up 2 onto Orion. They will inevitably be able to eliminate the lair out from the match, giving them 6 kills, but that snowstorm definitely playing a massive part into them getting eliminated early on. And just as I called it, looks like the best positioning is going to be Funny Business, sitting down the southern side of the zone. Are they getting crashed?
Oh, I thought they were as well.
I
thought they were. I saw it. I was like, woo!
I was like, whoa! I was like, oh my gosh, not a hobby looking to come in hot. Funny Business, they have a nice side of the southern side of the zone. They got a beautiful dip to play off of and to gain as much information as possible, as that is just absolute wastelands, trying to get a push up onto the top of that hill. Nice little spray from Tater coming out onto Not a Hobby. Quicks taking a bit of point of damage for that MG. Oh, very scary weapon for somebody to have inside of this final couple of teams fighting it out for their placement inside of the zone.
Good hold though, good push though. On NAR on not in the hobby or not a hobby is. I do like this. I do like this anchor play. They don't normally see people do it with one. Actually, they've done it with two now. Two overlooking. Stop. Actually, really enough. Stopping funny business. Punishing those final two. Now, they're in zone. They're able to hold on to something. MG, yeah. Look, that's a big hit down there, right? That's going to cause some major problems for anyone. The rest of the teams are going to work their way. And as I said before, for Kendi, it's all about edge play. I think it's just maybe it's an element of still learning, understanding the meta, understand how it plays. And there's a bit of it. The zones are horrible. The zones are generally horrible. So everyone has now got to play in. As Orion holds on one side and AH on the other side. And everyone else, they've got to fight for next to no terrain now.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult fight for all of these teams. But even a harder fight for those guys as Team Third Eye is holding them out. Shots running out from Honey Badger. He's going to get the knock onto Doc Geo. But Lemon Squeezy going to hit him for a couple points of damage. The quick reaction time of Honey Badger, though, he's going to be able to get down. The flush comes from Richie B onto Doc Geo. As now those guys are going to try to turn the tide of the fight onto Third Eyes. As a knock onto Voxic is going to come out. Funny business. Looks like they're going to get active. They're going to push up right behind Greg's shot. Couple shots, points of damage from Tater onto him. He gets an AR spray, and the AUG is going to knock him down as they start to push up. Flush comes out. Now Third Eye being the one's going to have to go on the defensive and the offensive as they're going to try to have to hold out two teams from taking their positioning inside of this next zone.
It's going to be very hard for them now as the Blue Zone's going to push them forward. Another thing that's going to continue to push them forward, though, is the big hit, though. And there it goes, one NAH big boy hits coming through. They know they want to take this. 4 players up. They've got the numbers now. They've seen the knocks. They want to take the third-party action. MG sprays, and Honey Badger says, no, there is no way I'm going down without a fight, though. Third Eye with a final player, though. Peekaboo over the top. The PNC UK champion is going to be going down himself. It eventually ends up, though, and Ryan find themselves now in not a bad little 4v2. Have they got the capabilities to push in? Have they got the information? One thing I can tell you, they're on the completely opposite side of the zone, so I don't think they've got eyesight.
I don't think they do either. Those trees completely blocking majority of the LOS as they push in, as now it is a 2v3. Orion picking up 7, as well as nice second place. This is going to be their second placement position for the night, which is very good for them. They're definitely giving themselves the placement points they need and the kill points that they need to manage to stay up on the top level of the leaderboard, keeping them away from that elimination position. Now, zone is going to favor them. It is going to hard shift down to them, and it looks like they're going to be holding the upper portion of zone where all of the protections is, all of the tree lines and all of the rocks and everything that they can use as cover, as now Not a Hobby is going to have to run across an open field to get towards them.
Do you know what? I'm gonna give Ryan the benefit of the doubt. I think they might take this. Look, it'd be a good one, right? But they've got to isolate. The advantage is they've got 2 and they're on the opposite sides. Now, that is quite a crazy play. I'm not going to hide anything. Initial shots are coming out, so they might now start focusing their attention over this way. Oh, it needs to get a knock. They are pushing.
AR spray going to come out. He's not going to connect 1 point of damage onto one of them. But the nade is looking very good, as it might take out one of the members. But they're going to rotate. Stepsons is going to get the knock on his Zomox and find the flush. It is now a 2v3, as now is going to be Red Rider trying to hold out Arson and Back Monster, as Quicks is looking to try to push up to anchor onto them. He's going to spot him out, though. They have full information on where the 3 members of Not a Hobby are sitting. Stepsons going for the nice little flank.
Look right. He's right there.
Oh my gosh. Quicks. Red Rider gonna get the knock onto Back Monster, looking to try to get the second one onto Arson. Arson gonna go prone. He's gonna secure the flush, making sure that he can't get that information out to his teammate. As now Red Rider gonna peek over the hill. Molly comes into hand.
That's good, Molly.
Molly is gonna hit Arson. He's going down to half HP. He might burn from the Molly. No, he is safe. As now he's gonna push up onto Red Rider. Red Rider and Arson. Red Rider's gonna get the knock onto Arson. Now, Not a Hobby down to 1. Quicks the last person up. Oh my gosh, your call could not have been any more perfect, as Orion turned this 4v2 into a 2v1.
Look, now it could go back to a 1v1, right? And we've got to play that as it can be. But I just kind of like the position where Orion, they had the nice split. We saw the action. Yeah, we didn't hit the AWM shots right where we was hoping for. But do you know what? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that when one started making the action, we saw the big plays. Depson understood that actually with Red taking all the action, taking all the fire, taking all of the attention from the remaining players, it just allowed him to go and pick out a solo. They thought they were being smart. They thought they were going for the wrap. He's able to get a smoke out and get the ever needed refill required. And it's kind of a team effort though, and they do pick it up. Winner, chicken dinner. Ryan, well deserved chicken dinner. Well done. 21 points. And do you know, 2, 3, 4, you cannot argue with that one.
Absolutely not. You cannot argue with the hold from them. The absolute beautiful plays from them. The wraparound, he was able to hold out the person trying to flank onto them, and just it was just a beautiful play style from them. They held the better part of the zone. Not a hobby thinking it was a 4v2 that they would just clean sweep Orion and take a dub from them. But Orion going down swinging, they are able to secure it, taking it away from them.
Is a very, very disappointing for our team. Though, as with the numbers, you'd already expect. Actually, I'm always going to take the chicken dinner there. But Orion, just that split worked for me. Just really, really worked for me. One was taking the attention, the other one went to work. The other one then started taking attention, the other one went to work. And it was just kind of this mutual relationship that they were playing solo. They were playing their individual PUBG game. And it worked out for them. Orion getting their first chicken dinner on the board. And good to see Orion getting a chicken dinner in day number 1. As I said, though, that last round, they left free to that last day. They left it to the last clutches. So Orion, obviously learning from those lessons and maybe bring something slightly different to our round of 16. Anyway, open qualifiers, though, we've got 2 more games to play now, and they are for the new remastered, not Erangel, Miramar, nearly, as we will be going into game 5 and game 6. Don't forget, though, this is a best of 12, though. We do have same time tomorrow. We're going to be rolling it down, though, for another 6 games, though. But for now, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, though, it's going to be those Sandy Shores. See you guys in a second.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon'
watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know put a fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose.
Hey guys, and welcome back. Come back a little bit early because the game's already starting. The NA players, they just want to get rolling to finish off these last two games. But I'm keen to talk a leaderboard though for a second, because I think we were talking during the break, off air, off cam, but you wanted to talk about those guys. Jeez Louise, still rocking that first place, and they're rocking it strong.
Absolutely. Out of all the teams that I thought were going to be absolutely popping off and destroying this game, I did not expect it to be those guys. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting, Team Third Eye, Team Mercy Gaming, Sakura Zenzen, Orion, Four Nation being like the top 5 teams just absolutely battling out. But seeing that teams like those guys, teams like Chicken Death just absolutely coming in and, just constantly getting good kills, good placement points is just absolutely massive, as they are holding on to a good sizable lead over their second place, Orion at 39, them at 51.
It is a bit of a split really when it comes down to some of these teams. I think the worth noting for me was 10 kills. Mercy Gaming sitting down in 15th place, and that I'll hold my hands up. I would have put them on that sort of left hand side of the table, but they are very, very now. Look, I'm not going to take anything away from them. Internet problems, feel like they're unsettled at the moment. They just need to reset. Don't allow these next 2 games to go by when you get a reset. Don't reset between day 1 and day 2. You've got the opportunity. You've taken a break. Reset now. Try and come back. Obviously, Third Eye, they have worked their way back. Funny Business still lurking on that little edge, though. Be keen for them to come in. But it's those sandy shores. We've left the snowstorms. It's now going to be the blizzards, though, that are going to be those sandstorms. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Alrighty, everybody, and as we come into the second to last match for day 1 of this best of 16, Miramar, your sandy paradise, as we're coming through with the flight path going up and down the map, south to north. At a bit of an angle going further towards the eastern side of the map, but a lot of teams going to be able to hit their primary drops. Maybe I don't think we're going to have any hot drops coming here, any contests, any people taking like heavy shots at each other. Maybe contests for some esports spawns, some hard spawns to grab some vehicles, but other than that, I think it's going to be pretty calm for these first couple of zones.
Commentator's best words, famous last words. But I think you're right. You might see a little bit of writing for some hard spawns. I'm just looking at a sea of colour there in the south. Not a bad flight path, right? South to north, not too bad. Does go right through the middle. Does give the opportunity these teams potentially can get their primary drop zones compared to their alt drop zones. Couple of shot in between Lost Lions, but we can have 2 or 3 teams sync there, no problem. And, Four Nations and Funny Business, they got quite late. Mercy Gaming go early. I think they're keen to get down. Look, I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm not a fan of this area. It's a new area. I like it. It's middle ground, and somehow we get the zone down here. But I'm not quite sure. Like the town built around the tequila bottle. Maybe it's my kind of town. I'm not quite sure. But Mercy Gaming, they get a slight blessing out as they are finding themselves in the brinking edge of their zone. Now, with it coming down to this side, I think a lot of people are going to expect it to go more for a southwest when it comes down to Los Leones. We know it has the capability of not doing that. We know it can play back in towards Los Leones because of how much water we've got down the bottom here. We might see a hard shift. We've already had half shifts already. I think expectations are going to be on this west-hand side. I wouldn't be surprised, again, to see compounds like this taken quite early. That T-junction at the end will be very critical, though, for these teams to take. I'm a bit worried, though, 16 teams collapsing into an area they believe is quite small. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few early deaths here.
Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't be just surprised to see a couple early deaths here, especially as we look at those guys have a very far split. Maybe strong might not be the correct word here, as Dr. Yo is sitting right next to Ice Tech for Sakura Zenzen. But the rotates here are going to be absolutely crucial to see who gets what placement inside of this next couple of zones. And as we did just see on Vikendi with the snowstorms, now we could see the same thing with the sandstorms. But this time, you're not going to have the chances of... Oh, wait, no, the thermal scopes aren't in esports. That's correct. So never mind. So it's about the same for both. So you could see another turn of the tables as Orion took that fight in the snowstorm. We also could see another turn of the tides with the Blizzard helping the team on the losing end of a fight as they did, turning the tides onto Orion.
The key thing though with the sandstorm is it doesn't last as much, so it kind of just whips across you. Those snowstorms though, they just lurk, mate. They don't want to go, mate. They're like your mate that never wants to leave the pub. Like they're always there. It's a everlasting problem though. But at least with the sandstorm, it just whips across you. Yeah, it causes problems, and you got to think in your toes really if you want to take advantage of using it to hide your footsteps. TTG, they push themselves out of Los Leones. I actually really like this 5-stack building. It can provide a raft of information, no overlooking, especially with these type of zones. I wouldn't expect TTG to leave too much. They are extending out on the sort of west side of it as well. A lot of teams though, early rotation is going to be the word here. Mercy Gaming going for a slight split as they are going to leave now the remaining two to leave the Tequila down. And Sneak Attack though and Devil Vibes though need to get themselves across the bridge and tighten up quickly, because some of the compounds though we see from Mercy Gaming, they're going to be the ones that are going to be sought after, should we say, some of these teams.
Absolutely, as placement here inside the southern side of the zone is going to be crucial, because we tend to see that the zone likes to shift towards that way when it comes to these circles, but a little bit of a crash coming out from Retirement Home Esports onto the lair, as Jam is going to spot them out as they try to take the other warehouse building from him. He's got to be very careful. It's a 2v4 as they're trying to hold this until his teammates can come to try to rally and hold them off. But it's going to be very interesting to see what a majority of these teams do to try to rotate in, as Los Leones is center of the zone. And it's going to be very difficult for any teams to try to push up underneath them, as they do hold that 5-stack, which, as you said, gives loads of information. You can watch literally all the teams from north and from west and from east rotating in, and it'll just absolutely feed information to your team as they try to take that positioning underneath you.
It's going to be a bit hard. Actually, Secure Sensor might be able to use the Sandstorm just to wrap him behind here. I can trying to brush past it, but the Miramar update, I kind of like it. They've provided more roads, more capabilities of these cars to get in. I think it does favour that rotation. We know Miramar's always been a little bit of a punisher when it comes down to I suppose that rotate, especially if you're like me, you like hitting that shift button, you like hitting that boost, you're a demon for speed. Definitely not favouring when it comes down to our Miramar, but with the zone obviously shifting down towards his bottom side, that Sandstorm play out of here, there's a load of inroads, there's a load of capabilities to get in here pretty safe. And Devil Vibes, he's going back for a little bit of love. Anyway, we get a quick opportunity while he's going there. Let's play Guess What's in the Drop. Hi, it's a Gibson car special, mate. Come on, guess what is in this drop, mate?
It's an MK.
MK?
I'm calling it right now.
Oh, MG.
Oh,
nearly,
so close.
Nearly. We'll try and play the next one with the team. the rest of the people. Ah, yeah, here comes that. I told you this compound is key. LG though. Just come out though. Donkey Fires though. Somehow scraping, limping, some might say, in though. And Sneak Attack though, punishing. As they know they're a little bit late now for this compound.
Going to be, yeah, absolutely punishing them for taking those shots onto Donkey Destroyers as they try to take in. But now I can't getting reamed by Sakura Zinsen from all angles. Rubio going to go down to Salty Mate. Nade is going to fly past, but Salty Mate will be able to secure the flush onto Rubio. As now they take position from ICANN. Where's the rest of ICANN? ICANN get eliminated, or are they further off away from Rubio?
Further afield. They got caught. He didn't hit the handbrake. He lost the tyre clearly. I see they're thinking fast. He slams it into reverse. He needs to be cautious though. He will turn back around. He's going to say if he goes up, he's going to lose all momentum of that car. So going to use the train to his advantage. Now, information gained is the rest of the team's though rewards. As I don't think they know the donkeys are really spread. They've kind of bolted from their field and they are really split across this sandy dune. But I do like third eye's position. It's a nice area. We see it play back very much towards that west-hand side. We kind of see it play in between where they are. So wouldn't be surprised for both these teams maybe just to hold, just to go, hey, do you know what? Let's just stop for a second. Let's wait for this zone to go. And like what we saw from one of the earlier maps, I wouldn't be surprised either, High, to see more of the IGL split across. We've even seen it now, more making the decision actually, do you know what, it's going towards the southeast? No, it's definitely going towards the west. No, it's coming back towards the town. Maybe that would be enough to give us a lot of room to keep some more players alive for that crazy mid-zone, that crazy mid-game.
Absolutely. Me personally, I think the zone is going to shift far west, maybe a little southwest, and giving it to Third Eye and Funny Business as they are trying to hold out. Donkey Destroyers, as now they are pushing up on top of each other. Donkey Destroyers starting to recollect themselves, starting to push up on top of Tua Moss coming to back up Pat Caps, as now Pat Caps is going to take some points of damage from Greg's shot as he is stuck out in the open, not able to collect the knock onto him, as he is able to rotate back inside of the dip.
That's not bad though from Greg. So he's holding out. He's providing so much information because Third Eye could have rolled onto him and it would have been a bit of a sleeper, a bit of punishment really. But with that information, with that spread out again, I think you're right. I think we might see a west. Could come south. I wouldn't mind seeing a resort actually. I might lean towards resort. I think resort would be quite an interesting ending. But nonetheless, I do think that west is going to be at least in the IGL's question, even if they're not playing it, if they're playing the East, I think they'll be fathoming this one actually. Do you know what? I think it's going to be potential that it's going to play back that way.
I agree. I think it will definitely have. I think it'll play towards that way as well. As looks like Sakura Zinsen starting to take a look down onto those guys, getting the information that they are down there. Going to try to see if they maybe just can't continue gathering information, play it slow, play it safe, because Sakura Zinsen definitely needs a very good, strong game as they come into the second to last match of day number 1.
I do. Definitely more of a quieter game on this one. We do, obviously, the experience of Miramar. Yes, it's been remastered, but the foundations, the cogs, the core of this map is give or take the same. So a lot of these teams will have their rotations down and wouldn't be surprised if the tink on the edge. 20 seconds to go before we will see that exposure towards that second zone. Don't forget though, phase number 1 and phase 2 they are pretty random. It is from phase 3 onwards that we see kind of the algorithm play in. So again, I think these teams, and we'll be surprised to see more people get in the cars, get ready to go, as we're milliseconds away from the next zone. Here she goes, does shift. It's going to that towards that west hand side.
Wow.
Not as far west as I expected. And the danger here, High, is that screaming Los Leones in the middle. Hopefully we aren't going to lose our frames, and hopefully we're not going to send 62 players into their depths of the town.
That would be probably very bad for us as observers, as we are just going to lose frame rates and we're going to be struggling to watch and cast them as we're just sitting here looking at 20 frames per second.
Oh, Seifu's internet. He was bad already, mate. Don't put him in the middle of the town, mate, because it would just check out. His internet would be like, I am done. I'm out.
Seifu's just be like, I don't think I'm going to continue playing this one. I'll catch you guys in game 6. Good luck.
Yeah. See you later. I'm checking out.
It's definitely going to be very interesting. If all 60, I would be baffled if 62 players just make it into Los Leones and they're all just sharing buildings and holding. That would be absolute chaos. The amount of utility and nades just get thrown all over the place. That would be definitely a sight to see. Is Back Monster is going to rotate right into Babbler as they're going to start taking shots. Babbler now getting surrounded by all members of Not a Hobby as Quicks is going to find the knock, and Zulmox is going to get the flush. Red Rider going to get the knock on a Back Monster though, so it's an even trade, 1 for 1 as Quicks is going to lose a tire. Stepsons just hit the shot. Zulmox with the nasty shot. Zulmox absolutely massive with that bolty. He has definitely shown that he is a bolty master. One of the few that I see doing it inside this lobby, and he is consistent with those shots. He does not miss with that thing. He's
a heavy hitter, 100% though with it. Does have Stepson though pinned down slightly. Just be cautious though. So they've got to get moving. Got a bit of a smoke wall. It's a bit of ensured destruction at the moment with the zone gone slightly away. Orion have got really everything to gain from this though, as they are overlooking it. RJ did reposition himself as he is trying to catch the off angle as our just spinning around like it's dancing on ice. No, boys, that was the last lobby. This is now on the Mirror Master to get yourself out and away. If you don't want to take 5 here, do not get caught in the open. It looks like they have able to do that. They might live to fight another day. I think Orion might be disappointed. Didn't get knocked there and maybe get a few more confirms after that spinning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, considering the amount of spinning that he did and the fact that he was completely isolated there with losing a tire, I thought he was for sure going to get knocked and flushed out by Orion. But good on him being able to survive that very difficult and sticky situation and getting out of there with 3 still up.
Both making juice, but 3 will go. Let's see if Orion can put it back to back. Secure sense now, overlook at TTG. It's quite hard to peek over this side, but they do have a player down. Salty is pushing forward though, running through and past the nade as he's itching to try and take that drop. Maybe the nades are a bit too close. Maybe we get the capabilities of playing guess what's in the drop though for a second time. Come on, second time lucky. And the chat obviously tune in as well. So come on, guess what's in that drop, hey?
AWN.
Oh, famous. Oh. So close, but so far. So. Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, 12 seconds though. It's phase 2. You're going to be to phase 3. I'm just going to keep an eye on the map. I'm sure someone will moan at me that I'm on the map because I'm eager to see if it does pull Lost the Owned. It's going to be horrible. Even if it pulls west now, it's still going to be quite horrible because everyone in Lost the Owned needs to play out.
South.
There goes that all south to southwest. And there's that zone you asked for at the beginning. And look, LG, Legacy, they're good. They just need to collapse their split slightly.
Yeah, they took a strong gamble on holding that compound and having a nice little split there. And now, Tarezi, aware of where the zone shifted to, he is going to hard rotate back to his team and try to hold that compound as long as possible. It's now Mercy Gaming in strong force. All 4 still up. They're going to try to push up to take the compound right underneath Legacy. Good thing Tarezi left as soon as he did. Otherwise, he would have been left rotating right into the arms of Sakura Zenzen. Icetech trying to hit a blind shot in the sandstorm. He had the information where they were probably before the sandstorm, trying to see if he can't collect a knock.
This is horrible.
Not going to be able to. Oh, is that 2 different teams sitting on top?
Yeah.
Oh no, Old List is getting pushed up by Not a Hobby. Could be very bad for him.
It's about to leave now, and he's going to be exposed by himself. Let's stay in his view though, and with the sandstorm blessing, now they do get the first knock and confirm. They will now push through and as exposed, and there is the downside of the sandstorm. On the other side though, looks like our 4 nations though, hopefully all of the nations are averse to the sandstorm, and maybe we won't see that again. Vostik though will try and lay low, and the sandstorm again will bless him before the other team, so he will have the advantage to see them before being seen himself, as that sandstorm is playing back that way. So Third Eye, they're going to be on the nice hold here. Let's try and tune in. There's going to be a lot of rotation kills now. Donkey Doe trying to play up and over. They don't quite see that TTG team. They've got to work their way, and Storm more teams again need to come in. At what point does it become a kind of a blind send over now to try and take an element of zone?
That's going to be blind is the correct word. It's a beautiful nade, flies right over to the Great. Oh, just barely goes off right in front of the lip of that dip that he was hiding behind. As now the Untouchables are going to take a fight with Retirement Home Esports. Now it did look like that they did lose one, and Nate gonna find another one. Bubby getting flushed out by Nate, as now it looks like they're going to start pushing and collapsing those guys, leaving Los Leones. And now they're going to crash right on top of Honey Badger, as he's going to take massive damage, and he had the nade pulled, and it is going to go off, and he just barely survives, but he will now bleed out even faster before his team can try to collapse to rotate on him. Doc Geo. collecting the thirst onto Honey Badger.
That could have been a very deadly nade if you got let go of it, though. But talk about being deadly, that those guys, though, now trying to rotate in, they get turned away. This is going to be a huge fight for some of these dips in terrains. Ferdi won't be able to punish him too much. They've got too much action on the outside edge. But if they clear this side, they'll be free. Kind of just to play peekaboo over the top. Play Punisher, so I say, in towards those dips and crevices that are a little bit low from them. Mostly gaming, though, they're under a bit of punishment themselves now. They're going to have to duck in as they are, again, trying to be that team that's going to try and take as many kills as they can. Get as many kills in there. Hopefully, there's not a desperation towards what they're doing because of the lack of the games they've had so far.
Chicken, yeah, absolutely. As now, Sakura Zenzen going to be pushing up on top of Chicken Death. Extreme going to get knocked and flushed out by Ice Tech. As now they're going to try to rotate out, but they're going to be rotating into the arms of a completely different team. As Tuamas is going to get the knock on the Hyper DR. Chavo going to have to opt to leave him behind as he is now stuck out in the open. And it is going to be just 2 members of Chicken Death. But Chicken Death being the way that it's going to be 1 member of Chicken Death. As Hyper DR and Bryken are both going to get knocked and flushed. And now will this last member, Chavo, be able to hold out for his team and collect some nice placement points as they have done so far before.
This is Destruction Derby at its finest, though. Chicken needs to find out where they can go. Is trying to find any kind of shack in zone. I feel like he's going to get caught as he goes into the door. Always the case. There's always only one way entry, and normally is the door. There come some more shots, though, but they will take this one away from him, though. Not a bad hold. Legacy, though, they'll find themselves, and actually most of the game will find themselves in a good spot because, yes, they've taken a compound, and I think going into that compound, I didn't think it was the strongest one there high, but actually, do you know what, later on, I'll give them the benefit down with that zone shift going back towards him. LG are going to find themselves under a lot of pressure because they're on the outside edge. They've got to deal with a lot more teams than Mercy Gaming.
Absolutely. Now, that is going to be the fight to as they're going to be holding that compound out. It's...
Oh, doesn't quite catch it. I thought he was going to get that nade. He didn't. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button.
I thought he did.
My bad.
All good. Okay, as now it's going to be Third Eye pushing up on top of multiple different fights happening. RIG taking the fight onto the Untouchables. This fight's been going on for a little bit as the Great Saint's going to get a nice bolty knock onto Fizzle. And now it is just going to be 2 members up for RHE as now the Great Saint's going to try to get the res. But Red Rider, one of the clutch member for Team Orion, is going to be taking the fights onto them. And it's going to be Third Eye got eliminated as they tried to take the fight onto Four Nations, but it seems like they were able to turn the fight around and get the dub over Third Eye.
Not bad little dub, actually, to be fair, but going down, they are clearing that side. They still need to get in, and I think Third Eye were very much reliant on not running over their own team. Zico run over. He's like, I'm out of here. Can't trust you guys driving. No. They need to get themselves into the zone. A lot of all the action though on the outside here. Those guys, they need to get rolling themselves. Again, strong contenders so far today. Very, very strong on not just placement but also kills, and they're holding it up that top though. But we'll have to wait and see how things eventually fold out. Donkeys though, they are leaping their way forward. You've got to remember that player in the shack, there will be huge amounts of information for this team. It's whether they want to capitalise on it. Lemon Squeezer though, I'm just trying to leapfrog in front. Maybe try and get some shots back though towards the team. He actually does pull up here, so he does want to try and stop him. Look at this, Secure Sensor though. Oh my god, he can maybe take a knee, get some heavy shots on, doesn't quite get one. Needs to be cautious because he's phase number 5, and with a hit like that, he needs to get a mod on really, really quick. Unfortunately though, unable to capitalise. Maybe back to Lemon Squeezy will cause the Donkeys some issues themselves.
Absolutely. Sakura Zenzen taking the time to take shots. She just gave Lemon Squeezy the amount of time that he needed to try to reset, but it's going to be Pat Caps that immediately W keys on top of Lemon Squeezy, getting the knock and the flush. Sakura Zenzen playing very close on top of each other, looking like they're going to try to make something happen on Donkey Destroyers as they are a bit of a split right now. 2-1 split from them. Sakura Zenzen, they're going for the push. Donkey Destroyers going up on top of the hill. Smoking Nade Util flying out.
Nice smoke as well. That's a real denial of information there. They really stopped that, and they go down to their final player though. They are looking back, but this is just destruction. This is what happens though with that zone shifts away, and these teams have to push down. Those guys, obviously going to get eliminated. Four Nations though go straight after, and Donkey Destroyers find themselves down to a side, and Secura Sentence really the only team now left in this top side. Everyone else is really ensured destruction though. Try to find a way they can get into zone themselves, and interestingly they go for that top. I suppose they're out of tyres at the front. So they're very limited, and maybe it's a third-party action nade over the top. That is a bit of a guesstimation, though, when it comes down to all the noise with the nade coming down. It's going to allow potential. That FAMAS, though, does hit hard, but it hasn't got a huge clip on it.
No, it does not, and that's what really goes into the deciding factors of picking that gun up in squads, is that you can't put an extended mag on it. The only thing you put on it is that red dot and the compensator. And that's about it, or a suppressor. But it is going to be ICANN taking the fight onto Sakura Zenz, and Sakura Zenz going down to just Salty Mate, as ICANN is just going to ream damage onto them. Salty Mate gonna be able to hit a nasty FAMAS spray onto Lil Lele, as now it is just Extraditions, the last one up for ICANN, and he's going to opt to leave that fight alone and just try to get inside his zone as it is starting to close, going into phase 6. But it is going to be Tarizzi, the last one, taking out ICANN, eliminating them in 10th place.
Oh, what a move as well, knowing the action. They actually came out the compound to stop what they're doing here, Highs. They really want to go, hey, do you know what? If we can clear this north side, we can just focus all of our attention back towards the other zone. What they don't want to have is a sleeper over here. They don't want to be able to have someone trying to work in. The other thing worth noting, look how low the ammo is, though. They might be trying to get as much bits and bobs left. I think there's a set of drops there. Yeah, they're trying to get some more bits and bobs because they've run out of everything they've got in the compound, being there for so long. The security sensing going to deny. Salty, high IQ player. He knows a point, especially for that team, is a point you don't want to give him.
Absolutely, and that's very, very smart play on him to opt to leave that fight alone, as Tayeb now focusing on to Not a Hobby. Beautiful nade is going to take out Quicks and Arson. The last one up for Not a Hobby is the Bolty Master himself, Zol Mox, as now he is going to try to have to fight off Team LG as they are starting to collapse on the northern side of the zone, trying to take it away from them.
Yeah, this is mad, just trying to catch up with all the action that is unfolding. So again, apologies everyone. One man casting here is a bit, or one man observing is very difficult sometimes. Jamlo taking some shots though. Okay. Oh, shows us though. Maybe with that, the Dragon would have been different. Blue Zone nade, that will cause some damage, and it's kind of a hit and run actually. I think it's actually too short, that Blue Zone nade. It won't bloom enough to get the confirm. Jam does get the made off in time, and he's back on his shots again, trying to cause some damage further afield. And looks like we are seeing though, not a hobby, maybe making a hobby of these teams pushing in.
Absolutely massive knock and flush for Zolmox as he just eliminates one. Oh, and as I say that, Tayeb with a beautiful nade onto Zolmox, perfectly timed, going to eliminate Not a Hobby, and that's going to really help secure the northern side of the zone for LG, as now they just have to worry about TTG and the lair as they are holding them out from taking the entire northern side. Beautiful nade is going to bounce off the side of the rock. Oh, all of the util, that rock being a perfect shield for Chow, as it is just going off left and right trying to take him out. But in the middle of all this is going to be Orion versus Mercy, and Mercy is going to take the win over them.
Very hard. There's a lot of crashes though that are coming in though. Final play now. I don't know if they even know he's here. Oh, Keenum turns his back. The guy in the shop behind you. The smoke's provided enough that they can't hear the players that are coming in, trying to use the really difficult terrain to whip some shots through, get the bodies on, but doesn't quite get it. And funny business, they find themselves in 6, and somehow, some way, we find our way to only 5 teams remain, 15 players up in the zone, despite we called it a little bit early. Didn't it actually tease us, I felt, with zone 2. They wasn't going all the way here, but it recalled back here, and there's a lot of teams got caught short, having to try and rotate in.
And it's going to be Icy Flex. He's going to find the last member of TTG, as Chow is going to go down, eliminate them in 5th place. And now we have our final 4 teams. Now, I'm a little confused. Like, Keegan had the information that a member was knocked inside of that shack, and he had a molly. He could easily right-click into the window and just get 2 knocks and even a flush, get securing Funny Business another point, but he opted to go for the fight. As now Rajual going to get a knock onto a member of the lair, Streetsman. Streets Main, the last member to get knocked, and he is going to get abandoned as his team pushes apart. Tarizzi going prone as he just flies over his head. Ooh, 14. Oh my gosh, Legacy with 14 points going into this jam. Last member up for the lair. Oh my gosh, they are just Legacy is just absolutely destroying this game. As is going to be Raji Wow. Oh no, it's going to be Tarizzi. He's going to find him out just before Raji Wow can secure the kill of the point, giving them 15.
Oh.
So close. Oh, what the heck? I feel like he's getting robbed here.
All right, it's going to be Mercy Gaming, isn't it? They're here the first time in the top 4. I guarantee the other one's firing the mortars out, aren't they? 4v3 v3. Mercy Gaming obviously pushing their way in. They actually find themselves in a decent spot. Devil Vibes though puts himself an AWM in his hand, an AUG in his back pocket, and LG. Yeah, look, there's no if buts and maybes. From that again, it's part of that compound, that T-junction compound. So critical for these type of zones, and I actually really like what they've done with it. They position themselves now to actually go aggressive on it, and with the aggression came with those kills.
Yeah, absolutely massive for Team Legacy here. They're holding Center's compound, but they got to be careful because they just got to hold out all these teams as they're going for the fights, as they're holding out them outside of the zone. Now, Legacy day 1, you know, best of 64, they were absolutely massive. They had very good strong games. They managed to finish themselves in a nice pole position at the end of day 2, and then round of 32 they had very strong struggles coming into trying to qualify. They're able to scrape by and come in qual at the very last second. Oh my gosh, what the heck? The C-swap from Raji Wow going to get the knock in the flush onto that sociopath. They both tried to take that very powerful dip from each other at the very last second. Nice rotates from both of them. Tarizi going to get the knock in the flush onto Morns, and it's going to be Devil Vibes that gets eliminated to the blue zone, as Mercy is going to lose 1, but they are going to be able to take this very strong dip underneath LG. So now they just got to worry about the looming fizzle in the back, and it's going to be Tayeb to steal it away from Mercy Gaming. Oh my gosh, Tayeb's on an absolute tear this match. I think they're at, what, 17? They are at 17 kills for this game. First place win, giving them 27 if they pick off all 3 members of Mercy Gaming. It's going to be absolutely massive points for them. They're just going to get an even further gap on the leaderboard. But Mercy Gaming, sneak attack with the MG3. If anyone can do it, it'll be Mercy Gaming. They will take this win away from them. MG3 comes into hand. Tayeb with the knock onto Raji Wow. Nade comes into play, and it will not find the knock.
Look behind you, Seifu. It's got aggressive. Gets one, he gets turns, but he doesn't quite get it. And Seifu falls down. As LG, I'm going to put a chicken dinner on the board. 20 kills. Let me take a little break for a second. Let me just put it on this screen. Just take this in for a little bit. 20 kills. That's a 30-point game high. Insane that no one crashed him. Insane how much they could farm. And worth taking note, that compound is so strong when it comes down to late game. If you can bounce your way out of it, you can go put yourself a 30-point game.
Absolutely massive game for Legacy, as they're already holding the #1 spot on the lobby, and this is just going to further increase that gap between them and second place, as Orion was holding it behind them with about, what, 10-20 point distance between them, but now picking up 30 additional points, they're just furthering the distance between them and second place, and it's going to be absolutely massive for them. Getting that distance, they can have maybe 1, maybe 2 bad games, and they'll still be holding a very strong position within the lobby. So kudos on them for very, very good games.
It's worth knowing as well, obviously this is a 12-point, it's a 12 horse, right? So we're looking for a best of 12. We're taking top 9, not top 8, top 9, all right?
Right.
But when we get a team like that, Hoover, not even farm is just understatement. They hoovered, they sucked up every kill they could get around them. It does mean there's 20 points denied from other teams. That's going to force the rest of our pack really close together. Now, we've only 1 more game pending today. These teams need to come into this one, and they've got to potentially try and take a little bit of a legacy book, a little bit of an LG pinch of magic going into it, because you can't allow a team already at the top potentially to farm as many more kills. Then when those guys, they're just going to continue to build this gap that we're starting to see, that we're going to start to dissipate on the rest of the lobby. And that does mean a little bit lower down, we're going to find potentially, we've got 6 more games tomorrow, but 1 game left today. If the points are really close, we can find 1 game can make a massive change. But the one thing we can do is make a change. Let's take 1 more break though for this evening though, and we'll come back though. Our final game, round number 6, is coming up. I'm just sort of buying it out, mate. What is going on? This is 3 a.m. But forget about this. Hi, I'm not even going to talk. We're going to throw straight to leaderboard, mate, because woof, what game. A 20-point game. Kills with a 10 points extra for that chicken dinner skyrockets you towards that first place. 59 points for LG, mate. Can't take anything away from them, no?
Absolutely not. You know, they played that zone in that position. Their positioning in that zone was absolutely beautiful. They kept taking fight after fight after fight, holding off that entire northern zone, holding out all those teams, just picking up kill after kill after kill. And as you said, it's absolutely massive because that means that is 20 kills, 20 points denied to all of the teams beneath the cutoff point. You know, and everyone that's sitting at 10th and below right now, they are not sitting pretty at the moment, as it looks like Legacy is just going to keep terrorizing the lobbies and take away every single kill point possible for a team to try to make it into the top 9.
Is that top 9 we are looking for? And as we mentioned just before the break, yes, it is closing that gap. We're seeing so many teams in low 20 points all the way to high 20 points, but it is going to condense everyone down. One more game remains though, and it is our Sandy Shore. We will pat down the players for the last time. Make sure they're not sneaking anything into this wonderful remastered Miramar. Sit back, relax though. It's our final game though. Game number 6 is coming up.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we come into the final match of day 1, we look at this Sandy Miramar, as the flight path is going to come from east to west at a downward slope towards the southwestern side of the map. A lot of the northern side of the map going to be unplayable, so we might see some early action come into the first, for even the first phase of the zone, as teams might contest one another going for the alternate drops. Going to be very interesting to see how they play. Mercy Gaming, the team I thought was going to be the team sitting up on top, hoping that they can rally strong on this last match, maybe get nice chicken dinner with a handful of kills, help elevate them into a better position to get ready for day 2 tomorrow.
It's one more game. I hate to say it, but I do feel some teams will look at this and they don't write off a break on this game. They just kind of do the same. You've got 6 games plus this game do it, right? So hopefully you can see it. Mercy Gaming for the first time finding themselves in towards the point spot or getting some placement points and actually putting themselves in the second place. They got caught though with Devil Vibes getting caught in that rotation across. That's unfortunate for them, as they did play in towards a 4 versus 3, but they've done well. They got a couple of knocks here. I'm just interested to see what they do. It looks like they have a reset, a rethink. Not too far from zone, and they actually have the opportunity, Mercy Gamer, to wrap out and around Del Pozo, potentially coming in that north side of zone. The zone centralised towards the central north, loads of great play. We do see that water treatment area, and one of my favourite areas actually that we see an ending from here though is out on this side here. I really do like this area though, with teams that play on this hillside, and we have the compound a little bit further down. And obviously if it ends up here, you see people kind of scrabbling, clawing their way up towards the top, and as a result we get some wonderful action. But for now, we're going to sit back, relax. It's the last game. These teams need to rotate in. So hi, let's talk leaderboard, right? We already said we'd expected a couple of teams to be up here, Mercy Gaming being one of them. TTG I would have put up there as well. Secure Ascension tinkering on the edge. They are on their cut-off spot, but they are sharing that cut-off spot though with Funny Business. Both of them are on 27 points, so a bit of a shocker for me, day number 1 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive shocker here. We thought that, the teams that were absolutely showing face within the round of 64 and round of 32 being Funny Business, Team Third Eye, Team Sakura Zenson, and Team Mercy Gaming. We thought they were going to be the ones to absolutely dominate and destroy the lobbies. But it turns out, starting off, it was Four Nations. Four Nations wasn't having a very good, not extremely strong. They weren't really, they weren't one of the teams that was absolutely destroying within the lobbies before this day, before the best of 16. But they showed face first rounds. And then you got teams like those guys that just absolutely came out of nowhere. They were scraping in to get qualified for best of 32, and now they're sitting pretty in second place with 52 points. Wasn't expecting that for them or Team Legacy. But Orion, I said Orion would be sitting in third, hopefully by the end of today, and right now that is exactly where they're sitting. So hopefully they can hold on to it. So maybe nice little 33% grade for my predictions. Still failing, but I got 1 out of 3.
Mate, you smashed me, mate. But yeah, Ryan is up there. Four Nations, yeah, you're right, had a great day. I think the big takeaway so far, and we'll see how it unfolds in this last game, those guys, insane. And Legacy, insane. Remember, I think you said after that break, or we went to breaks, oh my God, that's Legacy's first chicken dinner. Yeah, they've just been farming kills. They got 43 points on the board from just kills alone. I think the nearest team to them is on 26, which is Four Nations, which pretty much came out from the first game. Everyone else is around these sort of 24 points. They've doubled that. So they're outperforming all the other teams by double the amount. But I come back to my point. A team that's farming kills like that, hoovering up the lobby, is just going to force his 20-point. It's going to become a very high 30-point split. That 30-point split is going to become a 40-point split. And these teams are not going to be able to lose each other or capitalize up on a placement. That's going to make for a very, very tight PUBG day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Definitely a very tight game indeed for all these different teams. And just as you said, it's absolutely insane that, I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, these guys are terrorizing. They're getting wins after wins after wins. But no, that was their first win, and they just absolutely destroyed with the amount of kills. So they've shown that they can aim. They've shown that they can shoot, and they can take position. They have the brains to take positioning. It's just now they've got to show how many wins that they can manage to take away from these other teams.
So talk about taking away from other teams. That's going to be a rotation. A lot of these teams are going to, because it is zone, are going to come in the sort of southeast side. Third Eye, they have gone up to the top here. Honey Badger, they might be on the cusp of picking up the donkeys that were out in the field. I think he's been distracted by the shiny object coming down. Definitely feel like Honey Badger might be looking to get himself some freebies.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Oldless just sitting there and Honey Badger peeking his head over the top of that rock, and I thought, oh, he is going to get punished, but it is going to be Oldless that actually punishes Richie, and he is going to get the knock on. Now Honey Badger, well aware of where he's sitting, he is going to beam him with damage, bring him down to 11 HP. Now Oldless will not be able to secure the flush onto Richie B, and now he's going to have to try to rotate off as he continues to take more points of damage into the back as he's trying to get out of this difficult situation. Looks like, and they will be able to get they're going to put him in the car and rotate on out and get the res off.
Love that feature.
It's such a great feature. Oh yeah.
This as well. Cheeky. Someone wants some freebies. But no, it's such a good feature actually. I do like that, and I've not seen it as much in comp. We are starting to see more and more of these teams starting to take it, starting to use and abuse it more. But it's just, again, quick thinking, get in the car, go. We know there's a player in front. We don't know if there's any more than that player, so we will take the opportunity now just to get themselves in towards zone. Only business, we'll take that western rotation. There might be breaching heads, depends how much Mercy Gaming, if they continue to hold the brakes here, might actually cross the paths here. Be a dangerous cross. I feel like all of them are going to turn, well, here, going to turn right here, but can't see Funny Business doing anything but this way. They'll be coming straight behind. Big attack though. Seifu, we look at this one, and maybe just enough though for Funny Business to stop, but it might be a little bit of a destruction derby now. If they can catch up with them, they can cause some damage. I can't see Mercy Gaming even looking behind him, so maybe they didn't see him.
Yeah, that's actually that's very interesting. I would have thought they pretty much crossed almost at the same time, so it's very weird. If I was Mercy Gaming, I think try to get to a nice stopping point for a choke point to stop them from being able to push further into zone, and then just absolutely fatal funnel them into getting a nice little squad wipe. But maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't notice them. Maybe they just overlooked it, and now they're just rotating on past. Nice little points of damage from Train to go onto the lair, as Streets Mains is going to get the knock onto I Am Kadir, but it is going to be the knock and flush coming out from Team TTG, as they are going to lose one. As now they're pushing up. Icy Flex going to get absolutely reamed in the back by Chow. Chow going to get the knock onto him, and and now it is just Jam. Last one up for the lair, trying to see if he can't make something happen here against Team TTG.
Well, he knows they've got to go for the res, so he goes to the inside, puts himself in a bit of cover, looking for that. Oh my goodness, gets a freebie! He's going to put 2 on the board, though. Pretty quick and clean. Good use. You didn't find people will play on the outside edge, though, but using the train as best he possible. Now sees his next target acquired, so lucky enough for him, he has the capability of isolating individual players, and we saw the advantage of that when it came down to that Ryan game, but he's unable to dodge, duck and dive. There's a lair, will find himself layering himself in toward day number 2. TTG able to try and hold, but Donkeys, there's no Eeyore about this one. They can always want to take the third pie. They're always looking to take as many kills as they can.
Absolutely true, as now they're crashing up right on top. Chow separated away from Restraint, as now Donkey Destroy is wrapping around him. It is going to be Oldless that's going to swing out and get the knock onto Chow. That is a free knock and flush, as now it is just Restraint, the last one up for TTG, who, in personal opinion, they just unnecessarily lost 2 in that fight versus the lair. You know, drop some smokes before you go to stick that res, especially with one still lurking about, and now it is just Restraint, the last one up for the team. He's going to opt to rotate out and go play for his life, as the Sandstorm seeming it's going to give him that protection to rotate away.
That's the area I'm talking about. I love this area here. Oh my days, with an MG. Jeez, lay down and cause chaos. Have to wait and see, but I know there's a capability that the zone might play back this way. They're putting themselves in a position, even as a 2-2 split, as they will roll the dice. Funny business, they rotate their way in. They take the shorter path in towards zone here. And our Mercy Gaming did continue on that western road all the way down to the top. And again, they get some wonderful high terrain. They're able to overlook a lot of this. And if the zone shifts back that way, they should be able to farm information. Hopefully they don't get caught, because they are pretty wide here. A little double drop though, as the PUBG gods bless us though. As the airdrop will now say goodbye. Off it goes now. Phase number 1 is done. Couple of seconds to go, and we are going to find ourselves now where the zone is going. Oh my days, a heavy south shift, and LG will be like, did that really come to us? Maybe it's what we done last game.
PUBG seem like they are definitely favoring LG right now, as they just got a massive shift. Absolutely massive for them, as they're not just going to be able to hold out teams that are, especially from the southern side of the zone, as teams are trying to rotate in towards them. They're just going to be able to hold them out and just absolutely farm free points as people try to push their way uphill towards them at their compound. Team LG just, oh my gosh, they just seem, maybe they should keep LG as their tag when they go into if they make it into the next round, because my lord, they are just absolutely showing face and destroying inside of this lobby.
Destroy zone. They go for a really wide 2-2 split. I think that's why they're making a little bit of noise. Eager to maybe try and hold this one out though. Not a hobby though. Does send a big nade. Be cautious here though. RHE Retirement Home Esports. That's like a team that I should replay for. I'm old as hell. Oh, that blue zone nade is going to cause some damage though. No need to get the Zimmer frame out for this one. Oh, there's a double blue zone nade as well. There's no point throwing a smoke at it. Ain't going to stop. You need to get up here. He's going to try and med his way through. I think he might get away with it. No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, he has been taken. That's a blue zone nade. Yeah, smokes don't work when it comes down to blue zone nades.
Maybe he thought he was playing CSGO for a second there, try to smoke the molly for just a quick minute to try to stop it, but that's not how that quite works inside of this game. At this point, you know, you're thinking 2 blue zone nades. At this point, you're not going to be able to out heal it if you're getting hit by both, so maybe just try to get out, but Back Monster will be able to collect the thirst onto that Sociopath, and then Nate is also going to go down as well in between the rotate between Mercy Gaming and Team Not a Hobby, and it will be Arson that secures the flush onto a Nate.
Well, there's someone that will be happy with the zone. That's our TTG. He does find himself now on the inside edge. Now he's not going to find himself on the inside edge for much longer, but hey, he's in. So he gets a blessing. UTE find themselves taking over that area. And as I said, Donkey, they go for a wide 2-2 split. That'll be really interesting to see what happens later on in the zone. Curious Sentinel go for Graveyard. Wine, they find themselves in that little junkyard. A bit south of them. Not bad. Obviously, our Third Eye farming as best they can as they try and conquer as much land as they as they want on that west hand side. It looks like they're even like counteracting this rotation here from our funny business. I feel like they've been chasing these guys around zone. They might try and pinch them at the very wide section of it, but we will wait and see. Funny business though are still rotating around, and this is phase 2. I think you can get away with this a little bit. You can play a little bit more of damage, but not for much longer here.
Yeah, not for much longer, but I think it's pretty much a funny business staple that if they're gonna opt to take blue zone damage and rotate through the blue zone, that they always all try to get jammer packs to help minimize that. It looks like the only one that didn't have a jammer pack was Keegan, but now a fight between Mercy Gaming and ICANN as he's gonna cha-cha slide on down the side of the roof. Beautiful nade, gonna almost collect the thirst onto him. The other nade's gonna bounce, not gonna get it, but he is going to bleed very fast. As the newer mechanic for if you crawl, you bleed faster. I think I like that bleed. I like that mechanic.
It was that myth, wasn't it? It was that myth for ages. Yeah. It was that myth for ages, and then PUBG went, "Oh, let's make this a myth reality."
Absolutely.
I'm still not confirmed. I still think it's a myth. I'm still trying to believe myself. If I say, "Nah, it's a myth," they might take it out. But I've been told supposedly it is a thing now. So I just don't think my team want me to be picked up. I just think, "Might stay there, mate. We're wrapping away. We can't get to you, mate. You'll bleed out quicker." No.
Maybe you should have stayed on the roof and tried to cha-cha slide against the other side, maybe make it to the other side of Hossie, but now they're going to have to rotate off. They lose one, and ICANN sitting in they're going to need a very good, strong game here to try to rally for tomorrow. I think they are sitting towards the bottom of the league. They're sitting at just 5 total points. They're going to have to try to pull something together, rally the troops, and pull out massive game here to try to help better the chances of making that top 9 for tomorrow.
And it is the top 9 we are looking for. That's shift to getting south, so teams like Orion will be happy. Secure Sensen will be happy as well, as we've seen teams now rotate round. LG blessed. They clearly have paid the PUBG gods in their favour. Now comes the mortar strike, so it looks like it might be hammering down towards him. Oh, it's actually hammering towards RHE. I feel sorry for him. And no, think on the outside edge of a compound, and surprisingly not take it.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to why they didn't take it. As they were taking shots from Sakura Zinzin from the opposite side, they opted to rotate towards them instead of take that compound. So very, very curious, very concerned. I don't know, questioning the fact that they didn't take that outside compound on the edge of zone. Yes, it's on edge. It's going to rotate away from you, but at least it's somewhere you can call home to gather information as long as possible.
TTG, going to find a new home. So handle those breaks and does. And might be able to get here before the other one gets up. I can. Unfortunately, they go straight into another team, so out of the grasp of Mercy Gaming. Mercy Gaming, big wrap from them, but Secure Sentinel's already here. Nade over the top, though. We do see the car in full reverse, and that nade will be a bit of a giveaway. Spin on, though, and Rogi, though, puts some shots on. Doesn't get the connection, has to jump away. Seifu, though, wants to go and take the action towards Secure Sentinel. Already have lost sneak attacks. There was a 3. They need to be cautious. You've got to remember, a heavy rotate here. They haven't got a lot of information. They haven't got the intel required to make, I suppose, the aggressive stance that we have seen from Mercy Gaming in the other rounds.
Yeah, it seems like they're, hopefully they are able to rally because of the internet issues. They're able to, hopefully this is the last game. As you said, it is 6+1. This is the last game. You don't have to throw this game away just because it's end of day. You can put in massive points to help you better your positioning for tomorrow. And it looks like that after that, they are going to try to, gather as much information before taking the fight. Team Third Eye now looking like they're getting aggressive onto Team Four Nations. MG in hand. Going to be very difficult for them as that MG will ream damage. Honey Badger spotting out Dope Patroller from behind the busted US, and Honey Badger with a sick barrel spray onto Dope Patroller, going to find that first initiating knock as now Team Third Eye is going to collapse on top of Four Nations. The shot spraying out from Zyko and Voxic. Voxic going to find the knock onto Zyko. Last one up for Four Nations as Dango, as he is stuck upstairs, not able to get it. And Dango going to get the knock onto Greg's shot, getting that nice little trade, 1 for 2, as now he's going to have to try to fight off the rest of Third Eye as he's rotating back, but he has another player sitting on the backside. Beautiful nade from Voxic, going to hit him down to about 50 HP. He is now sitting in a very difficult and very tough situation as all of Third Eye is holding all of the sides of his building. Util coming out, nades, smokes, mollies, all of it, keeping him stuck inside where he's at.
I think a lot of it is down towards information. Honey Badger really being that key, but he does get caught himself, and he's trying to do anything he can to get a confirmed kill, and with an outstanding money, someone called Kobe, because they might be taking his championships away. 4Nation though will be able to get not just one kill, so just try to pop though, causing the door issues though on the players, kind of like maybe filtering the players, stop it, allowing one through, get a knock, and then put the door back to kind of a door entry system, so to speak. But the only door entry they're going to be taking those 4Nation is going down and out, and we're going to be able to go back towards the other action though, as our MG Mercy Gaming team are causing some damage. They are getting a push. Akira to know how dangerous they are here. Seifudo going to try and get some more meds out. Roger is down. That is a bit of a heavy hitter when it comes down to that Groza, and Seifu is going to etch his way forward though, but Secure Ascension opting to take the ability to put him over the shoulder. Bit of a hero's reds, back to the compound, back to safety. And I suppose the overriding eye from Ice Tech will be enough now to push back Seifu in towards his dip.
Beautiful call by Ice Tech, saying, you know, he is holding the sight line for them to be able to push down the hill to get the res off on their fallen teammate, bringing them back up to 3 members. A good anchor position, good anchor, good support for his team, allowing them to not just lose another member ever so. Oh my gosh, 1 nade, 2 teams. Will it get them both? No, he didn't cook it long enough, as Back Monster is just sitting inside of the flipped car. Is he the last member for his team? And he has 3 gear. He collected a crate along the way. He's just looking at you. Say hi to the camera. Blue Zone nade going to land perfectly on top of him. He could have just stayed in there and just healed out of it, but he did not. He jumped down. He is going to get spotted by Doc Geo.
LG, 20 kills for those that just joined in. They are now finding themselves from 1 to 3, and maybe the momentum again is going into all foremost of LG legacy though. Even a bit of a legacy on day number 1 so far as it speaks, but wait to see if they can try and close this one up. They have a good part zone. The zone, let's give them a bit of a ridge. They need to be cautious though of that solo from RHE. It can potentially pop out and cause them some damage, but the damage though is happening. His team's scraping for some terrain, scraping for anything they can now. It's TG. Pop that double smoke. Pray this car doesn't explode that way. Let's hit the X-ray on. Like, will bounce, but we'll be okay. It won't fall on the player, thank God.
That would have been very unfortunate for Doctor. He's like, hey, I'm safe. You can come res me. Double smoke, perfect. And then the car just slowly falls on top of his forehead. But it looks like it's Team Third Eye taking massive losses in the middle of all of that. They are just... Did they get eliminated?
Did now.
All right, my fault. Sorry, Cass's curse. They are going to get eliminated in 3rd place. As I say it, looks like Team Funny Business is going to be the one to find it. Fizzle, last one up. He hears the rotate from Oldless in the Murado. He's going to fall back to try to get the res on the Pat Caps, which is great for Fizzle, as now he is pretty much... He's not wrapped by 2 different teams now anymore, so he would just lay low and stay quiet for as long as possible, as all these teams are going to start rotating into the next zone, trying to find a nice little position for them to take.
Have to drop down. Surely he's got to drop down here. I suppose Orion might have the shot on him, but pop a smoke, right?
Oh, something. Oh, and it's going to be Morns. He's going to find the flush onto Hat Caps. As he tried to pick him up and take him away, but now Donkey Destroyer's losing 2 in this fight. Oldless, who took the rotate to try to go get the res, but he just got absolutely put down before he was able to pick him up and take him inside.
It's hard to shift in. We talk about hard shifting. That's this one here. Rochido's trying to hold as best he can, but I think he's pretty much done when it comes down to our defensive play. With you two. Igniting! Whoa! Mercy Gaming out in 10th as they tried to scrabble back towards anything they could do. It's definitely not the day that Mercy Gaming wanted. And they have to now go kind of lick their wounds as best I can say it. Because they've got to rethink their attack plan coming into the second day.
What a beautiful nade from Spectro, just picking off the last 2 members of Mercy Gaming. That's going into the highlight reel for sure. As that was, oh my gosh, that Kobe was better than the 4Nations Molly onto Honey Badger. That was absolutely beautiful. Wow, absolutely insane. As now Donkey Destroyer is turning their attention towards Morns, as he is the looks like he at the middle of all of this. It looks like his teammate Fizzle was taken out. Last one up for RHE, as they're going to try to take inside his zone. Team Orion though,
He's got no meds, mate. No meds either.
Oh no.
He's got what? He's got an agility shot. That's it.
He's got boosters to try to cling on to life with. He needs a different team to come in third party on top of him to try to hold them out. Sakura Zenzen getting some nice shots, but a beautiful nade from Colonel going to get the knock onto Salty, as now LG going to activate and push up onto Sakura Zenzen.
Sakura Zenzen, no. Get another down. 4 kills for them now. Another team wrapping the other way, so they might have to look back though. Doesn't quite get the spray needed. Not trying to hold back though. They do connect to one, so let's see the big nades though coming out though. There goes one. That's going to fly nicely though, right below. Unfortunately, the trainer Miramar hoovers them to down towards the other side. They're going to try and chuck another blue zone nade that way, but I think it's a bit too far. Enough though it would do is of course at least a bit of disruption though when it comes down towards the kill. And there's an answer though. TG refused to let LG have another big game. 7 kills for them. They are down to their final player, but I can't see anyone getting these confirmed either. So I think this team should be back to a 4.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to reset as they have no one near them on the northern side. Closest team is Sakura Zenzen. It looks like they're turning their eyes into the Untouchables to try to take the fight onto them. Orion holding beautiful compound inside of the shanties in center of the zone. They just got to hold them out. Funny Business stuck in the northern side of the zone. They're trying to get the final knock, the final member of Team Retirement Home Esports, as he is trying to make his way in the zone. Shots running out from T-Sock, going for the SLR. Quick tap. He is not going to be able to find it onto him. Morns will be able to try to crawl his way into zone.
Secure sense, no. I think they're going to be disappointed they didn't capture many kills, despite being, I suppose, in such a strong position, such a key area for this these last couple of zones. But that's used the final guy. You know, he's got it in him to cause some damage for this team, and he's out. But TU with the weldy of the nade that kind of annihilated, deleted, maybe say, Mercy Gaming. I have to go pick up this parked car as that's an interesting way of getting in. I don't know if they're meant to park it there, but it's fit nicely, I suppose.
It's a nice little perfect hit. That's actually kind of funny.
Ooh,
Hugh hitting a beautiful 3x spray onto one, not 2 members of the Untouchables. Oh my gosh, the Untouchables getting touched as beautiful 3x barrel spray comes out. And now it is just Bubby and NoCap to try to make a play to try to hold them out. As he's going to push up, he's going to get the thirst onto Spectro. Now he's going to try to wrap to reset. He's going to spot out Bubby as he is wrapping around the top side of the hill. He hears NoCap on the top of the hill. 3x is going to do it again. Ooh, he gets very close to going down as zone is now closing in. He's not going to have time to get the res or to get the med off, and Doc Geo is going to spot him out from those guys as they're going to push up and third party on this, get the knock on to NoCap, as now it is just the last member of Team Those Guys up. Bubby trying to see if he can't make a play onto them. Going to see pushing up using the util as cover as he is dancing inside of the zone. Zone phase 6 is absolutely chunking, is doing massive damage, and he is not going to be able to get the med off, and he is going to go down to blue.
But powerhouse at the end, 4v4v4. All big hitters here. TG, Orion, FB, and TU came in swinging hard with those nades though. Good shout for the denial though. Don't give TG any more points. We've already seen some big games from our LG team. Tata trying to take some shots though, but it looks like he wants to take all the glory himself as he dances in front, denying anything. He's like, this is mine. I've got the M249 in my back pocket. Yeah, everyone else go home. I got these kills.
Now that M249, now Keegan, I don't see many people using the M249, which is weird because it is I want to say it's the lowest time to kill gun in the entire game, or at least for ARs. It has massive damage and massive potential if you know how to use it, and my lordy does Keegan know how to use that thing, because I don't see many people else picking it up and trying to rock it, but man, he makes it look good.
Oh, in EU there is, mate. It's Chris from Team Germany and Team Ascend. He kind of made it acceptable. Now it's kind of the go-to on some teams. They kind of have that M249 player, but there are a couple of people that do lights in my eyes, bring a bit of joy to my tummy watching them take that gun and cause ensured destruction in the end though. I'm going to see some shots though, but they're moving their way down. Don't forget, Funny Business has seen those guys move further in towards field and that side, and the zone shift. So in it is phase number 7. It might slow down slightly, so Doc will potentially come somewhere near our Ryan team, and they just have to again hit that handbrake, hold out. Let's see if Ryan can put maybe a second chicken dinner on the board. Maybe it's going to be those guys putting another chicken dinner on the board, or maybe it might be Funny Business getting their first chicken dinner under their belt.
I'm putting my money on Orion. They have very strong position inside of the zone with a beautiful compound to try to play off of. Now, as long as they take their fights together and they don't let both teams collapse on top of them and they get stuck trying to, pick and choose battles between them, they take the right fights at the right time. I think Orion has a very strong chance of taking this and making another dub for them, as well, looks like those guys are going to rotate around the backside of the hill, giving Orion just a little bit more space to do what they want as they please.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't want to disagree with that. I think there's an element, though, to add to what you're saying, is that those guys, it's very hard for them to push into Orion, and actually more so as well for Funny Business. It's very hard for them to push down. You'd expect Orion to get the drop. So I feel like Funny Business and those guys have got no other option but to fight on the outside. What I'm watching and what I'm worried for is Orion, though, pushing in eventually and coming over the top. It's Funny Business again, lose zone. Those guys team again kind of lose zone a little bit. But all this means is that the dot's going to come to the outside edge. Funny Business need to push towards those guys. You might be right. Orion might come in and get a sweep on that third party action.
It's going to be it's only time will tell as we just kind of wait for the zone to see where it's going to push or shift on off to as we go into the final. It's final zone, so it's just going to center up. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams are playing. Very slow playing, very secure, very safe, which is probably the best option at this moment. As like you said, Orion holding center zone. They're pretty much just holding them from being able to push. Those guys can't push up on the hill onto Orion because Funny Business is looking down at them, and Funny Business can't push down the hill onto Orion because those guys are looking at them. It's like what is it called? A Mexican standoff between all three of these teams as they're just waiting to see who makes the first move, who overextends, and who gets the first knock.
That's normally the call for a pan fight, but I don't think we're going to get it. I think Ryan wanted them to pan out so then they can take the fight themselves, but we shall wait and see. Ryan, as I said, they sit firm. It'd be very hard for Ryan to lose this Ryan. I know that's a bit of a commentator's curse here. Funny Business trying to farm as much information as they can. They have seen the split though with those guys. Those guys pushing away on the outside and take the opportunity now to stop those cars, getting the ability to move in quite quickly. So Funny Business, if they are going to go, it'll be difficult. They're not going to be able to turn as much. Have to wait and see though. They are going to go with two. They're going to remain two on the outside as an anchor hold though. A smoke in front will provide some cover to allow the car to move in. But no crazy crash. They're just going to again use it. Ready for this next zone. Ready for our phase number 8 to 9. And as we said, here's our final dot. So it is going to go that west hand side of the zone. Actually, I feel like TG might be the first to get shifting here. Or RJ, look at him. RJ is going to play the blue. Yes, RJ, let's go.
Oh, knocks are starting to come out now. Shadru getting the knock onto Keegan, and Orion Stepson's getting the knock on Tater. Funny Business off of that push. They lost 2. They have 2 knocks now, and now it looks like the odds are shifting into RJ's favor. As now it's going to be Shadru that pushes up into RJ, and he's going to collect the first knock onto TG. As now another flush and a knock onto Funny Business comes as they lose one and they get a re-knock onto another. Tater getting flushed out now by Babbler. Beautiful nade comes into play, going to do a handful of damage onto Doc Geo. Util coming out, it's ringing damage as now RJ has a bit of more room to push up and over peak on top of this. Orion going to eliminate Funny Business, and now they're going to immediately take the fight onto those guys as now they're trying to push up the hill towards them. Nade looking very good on top of Doc Geo.
Double.
Oh my gosh, the double nade from Lemon Squeezy. They're going to trade out 2 for 1 as now it is Red Rider as they're going to push up. They're going to get the flushes onto the 2 members that are knocked. Red Rider trying to see if he can't secure the last member. Lemon Squeezy, he's the last one up. Util coming out, flushes getting rid of the information for the teams as they are pushing up, pushing down on top of them. Lemon Squeezy overextended outside of the smoke, and it's going to be Babbler that gets the AUG spray onto him, giving Orion their second win of the evening. 10 kills, 10 placement points, 20 points total, ending with a banger.
Talk about a bang out winner chicken dinner. Lemon Squeezy. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lemon Squeezy for themselves. I think they were in a good spot. And Orion, as they cleared Funny Business, it kind of put a target acquired on the back of our TG. TG, they've had a good game. They've had a good day so far. Working their way in, trying to chip away at the zones, chip away at those kills. And it has been strong. Ryan. GG's, lads. I put something out on social media. If those don't follow, obviously give us a follow. Obviously, tags are below on both of us. I was talking very much about Orion leaving it to the last day. Keen to see what they do on day number 1 or why they're going to leave it towards day number 2. And there was a clear answer, a clear indication, though. Orion had a game plan today. The game plan was to get chicken dinners on the board. The game plan was to get a number of kills on the board. They're not top table, but they have had a good day, though, Orion.
Absolutely. I do think after that, they have definitely given themselves a very strong lead, holding that second place position for them. Obviously, Legacy, they're one to watch as they just had an absolutely massive game. You know, not many placement points, only one win, a couple of placement point games, but massive kill points. So if you're looking at any team to try to eliminate, you want to get rid of them fast because they are just taking points away from all these other teams, which is going to be crucial into the second day as we wait to see which teams will try to claw up, make a comeback. I'm really hoping to see some strong comeback from Mercy Gaming. I want to see them perform absolutely amazingly on day 2 and show why they are in my personal opinion, the second place team inside of this lobby.
Well, second place teams currently sitting in 13th place before this game. Let's just remind everyone though, before we close off today, how did we get here and what are we looking though? It is a best of 12, so that means we are 2 days, and obviously we are on day number 1. We've obviously done the round of 64, round of 32, where each time we kind of half that lobby up towards this point. Now with this the last being the open qualifiers, actually there is a slight difference change here. There are only 7 invited teams, not 8. That means we are going to be looking to take our top 9 from here. So there is store a day, there is store an opportunity, there is store capabilities for these teams to claw their way in towards a chicken dinner ending, but they can't leave it to the last minute. With the teams farming points, with those teams hoovering up very much to the top table, and I think Rhino levitating themselves up towards that top side of that leaderboard, it does really again condense down this middle pack. The middle pack are going to be the one we're going to be watching for. And tomorrow we are going to be coming back those same time to be looking at the best of 6 again to close off our total of 12. And as I mentioned, it is going to be a top 9 that we are taking. Biggest question, as I'm just going to refresh that leaderboard though, not quite updated. Can teams like TTG, can teams like Mercy Gaming, are they going to be able to change it with only 6 games left here, Hi?
That's definitely the question to ask. If any team can do, I definitely, the stronger teams, such as Mercy Gaming, I definitely think they're going to be a team that can very easily, if they rally themselves, if they come back with a clean slate, clean mindset, they can definitely rally themselves and bring them back up to the top of the leaderboard. Maybe not the very top, because these teams have definitely given themselves a very far lead ahead of the rest of the pack, but they can definitely make it into the next round.
Yeah, it's going to be down to us next round though. As I said, this is the cut-off point now, but it's going to be the cut-off point for us this evening. We are going to take a quick break in towards a break to the end, and I'll go raid someone as it is 4:45 a.m. for me. I'm going to take a sleep after that. I'll be coming back tomorrow though. I do have PEC full kicking off. It's round of 16, kind of different format, same style game, but it's only best of 6 though on one day. So unlike RNA, wonderful teams, I don't have 2 days to do it. We are going to see it crunch out though for 2 days. So I'll be kicking off though. Well, technically stream first game's at 5 p.m, so I'll be at 4:30 give or take. The stream will be going live. I'll work my way through though with best of 6 there. We'll take a quick break and then we'll bring the stream back though for our final 6 games for here PAS PUBG American Series number 2. As I said, open qualifiers. I've been Mark, this has been Hi. Thank you very much. We'll see you all on social media. I'll see you tomorrow in stream. Peace.
One rule, then I'm on site. Move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, 2-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online.